We've got a full 9 rowers, scullers in this race. In this Heat 1, the first 3 will progress to the final. The rest are eliminated. On the far side, Jacinta Johnson from Penrith, Emma O'Brien from Leichhardt in lane 2, Sinead Hickley from Leichhardt in lane 3, Zoe Armstrong in lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Vitty Young from Nepean in lane 5, from Sydney, Isabel Yardley in lane 6, Matilda Percival from the Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 7, Sienna McFarlane from Corowa is in lane 8, and on the near side, Poppy Hartley from Glebe is in lane 9. Looks like there could be a scratch though as I look down the raceway. A couple of scratches it may well be. Hunter Valley and Sydney may have scratched in lane 6 and 7. We'll have to wait and see as they come through. It looks like we don't have Matilda Percival from Hunter Valley. Off they go. Everybody's got a clean start by the looks of things. Fast and furious, that half, three-quarters, half. Stretching out. Fast hands, really important in these sprint races. As we see these under-16 single scullers. The first heat of the day. First 3 go through to the final. And as we're looking down the lake, could be that Sydney's Isabella Yardley and Glebe's Poppy Hartley, so lane 6 and lane 9 respectively, seem to be in contention. It could be a bit of a race for the 3rd position. So at this angle at the moment, it looks like Sydney's Isabel Yardley, sorry. It's quite comfortable. She's taking a few glances over his shoulder. She's looking around. She sees on her left-hand side Poppy Hartley from Glebe. But both of those are some way in front. Strong push though on the far side from the rower from Leichhardt. But Isabel Yardley looks quite comfortable. So, Isabel Yardley from Sydney. In lane 6. Takes the win. On the far side. Looks like Leichhardt's Sinead Hickey in lane 3, although despite she doesn't have a bow number, finishes 2nd. A great race there from Poppy Hartley from Glebe to finish 3rd. 4th in lane 5 is Nepean. 5th in lane 4 is Hunter Valley. On the far side from Penrith, Jacinta Johnson finishes 6th. And in lane 8, in the red boat from Corowa, is Sienna McFarlane. Let's just have a look at that official result. First place from Sydney, Isabel Yardley. In 2nd place from Leichhardt, Sinead Hickley. In 3rd place from Glebe, Poppy Hartley. All those 3 progress through to the final. In 4th, Nepean Young. In 5th, from Hunter Valley Grammar is Zoe Armstrong. In 6th is Leichhardt's Emma O'Brien. And in 7th from Corowa was Sienna McFarlane. It's a scratch there from Jacinta Johnson in Penrith and Hunter Valley Grammar School. Moving swiftly on to race 4. We've got the 2nd heat of this, women's under 16 single scull. In the far side, Leichhardt's Grace Connery. In lane 2 from Sydney is Amelia de Villiers. In lane 3, all the way from Victoria and Corowa, is Anastasia McFarlane. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar is Sienna Mackenzie. In lane 5 from Penrith is Zoe Weisner. In lane 6 from Glebe is Chloe Hitchens. In lane 7 from Asham is Kitty Elias. In lane 8 from Nepean is Jessica Harris. And in lane 9 from UTS is Julia Ongmarsh. I think we have a scratch in lane 9 from Julia from UTS. This moment looks like in lane 7, Kitty Elias seems to be leading the pack at the moment. It's going to be close, see if she can maintain this lead. Looks to be some pressure from lane 1 on the far side from Leichhardt. It's upping the rate somewhat. She'll have to keep an eye. It's a long way to lock on completely the other side of the lake. But as they're coming up to the finish, as the angles start to unwind from the commentary box, throw a blanket over them. On the far side, it looks like the rower in lane 2 from Sydney. Amelia de Villiers finished. In lane 4, it's going to be Hunter Valley Grammar. And in third place, it would, I'm just going to give that to Kitty Elias from Asham unofficially. It's going to be a photo between Glebe and Corowa. Just over the line there, and the Nepean's Jessica Harris finishes. So in race 4, we're just waiting for the official results there. As the photos come through. So it looks like Asham's Kitty Elias comes third, maybe. Just rewinding the tape. Just going to leave it to the judges to call that one. Here we go. In first place from Leichhardt, race 4. In third place from Leichhardt was Leichhardt. Great. In third place from Sydney was Amelia de Villiers. In second place from Hunter Valley Grammar was Sienna Mackenzie. In third place from Asham, Kitty Elias, 0.03 of a second behind. In fourth place from Corowa, Anastasia McFarlane. In fifth place from Glebe, Chloe Hitchens. In sixth place from Penrith was Zoe Weisner. And in seventh place from Nepean was Jessica Harris. Lining up for race 5 is the under 16 single sculls heat 3. Again, top 3 to progress to the final. On the far side in lane 1, Kelly Clifton from Glebe. In lane 2, Lily Bennett from Leichhardt. In lane 3, Emily Boys from Nepean. In lane 4, Georgina Stevenson from Sydney. In lane 5, Sabrina Koskar from Ashcombe. In lane 6, Samantha Chadwick from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 7, Summer Hogan from Corowa. In lane 8, Lucy Yabsley from Glebe. And in lane 9 from St. Paul's Grammar, there is Elizabeth Drayton. Starting marshal just lining them all up. Looks like wind has picked up slightly. You'll notice the flags, maybe a slight tailwind here. And they're off. Good start there from the boat in lane 8 from Glebe. Really nice choppy hands. Yeah, she's definitely got a jump on the start. That's UC Yabsley from Glebe. Great demonstration of a really quick start there. Two very, very quick hands there. Half, and started to lengthen out. Don't know exactly what a start technique is like, but it looked good. She got an absolute flyer. Lucy Yabsley, early runner up front. As they come into the last 250 meters. A great start from Lucy, who's given her lots of breathing space. To look around. Could be Sabrina Coxall from Ashcombe, who in lane 5 seems to be the best of the rest. Lucy still going strong, pulling right through to the finish there. Not giving a quarter. Just steering adjustments. She goes over to the right side of the lane, but great. From start to finish, in front, Lucy Yabsley from Glebe. In second place, Sabrina Coxall from Ashcombe. In third place in lane 7 is Corowa's Summer Hogan. In fourth, in lane 3, is Nepean. And you'll hear from the hooter. I'm not going to call the rest of those. But that was very, very tight in those minor places. So race 5 results from Glebe. Lucy Yabsley finished in 1:51. A good 14 seconds quicker than the previous heat. Second from Ashcombe is Sabrina Coxall. In third from Corowa, Summers Hogan. All 3 progressed through to the final. In fourth was Emily Boys from Nepean. In fifth was Lily Bennett from Leichhardt. In sixth was Kelly Clifton from Glebe. In seventh was Leichhardt's Grace Conry. In eighth was Hunter Valley's, forgive me. In sixth was Hunter Valley's Sam Chadwick. In seventh was Leichhardt's Grace Conry. And in eighth was St. Paul's Grammar's Elizabeth Drayton. But not much to throw between fifth place and eighth place. A second and a half between those 4 boats. But unfortunately, it's only the first 3 places that progress through to the finals. So that's Glebe, Corowa. Sorry, that's Glebe, Corowa, and Nepean that go through. Race 6 is the women's under-17 single scull. On the far side in lane 2, Adelaide Babbage Hockey from Asham. In lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Alice McCready. In lane 4 from Corowa, Adelaide Robb. In lane 5 from UTS, Avery Bramble. In lane 6 from Penrith, Alyssa Holtz. And in lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Annabella Thornton. This is the race 6. This is the under-17s ladies single scull. First 4 progress, go through to the final. The rest are fortunately eliminated. So Ashcombe's Adelaide Babbage Hockey in the far side, lane 2. Alice McCready from Newcastle Grammar in lane 3. Corowa's Adelaide Robb in lane 4. Avery Bramble from UTS in lane 5. Alyssa Hotz from Penrith in lane 6. And Annabella Thornton from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 7. Still lining up. Looks like we've had a scratch, according to my information, from Avery Bramble from UTS, who was in lane 5. Off they go. It's like Ascom's Adelaide Babbage Hockey and Corowa's Adelaide Rob. Great starts there, as well as the Penrith Sculler Alyssa Holtz. Slightly more experienced scullers now, under 17, will have done this a couple of times before, I'd have thought, and had several races in the single. Again, as we look from here, looks like Hunter Valley's Annabella Thornton, nearest to the grandstand. An absolute flyer, left the boat to her right from Penrith. But as the angles start to become less acute, we'll see as they come closer to the finish line where everybody is. Looks like Annabella Thornton from here looks to be taking things quite relaxed. Never really kind of tell. There's a lane gap between these two scullers on the right-hand side of the lake versus the left-hand side of the lake. And it's always deceptive when you come to the finish how quick some of these boats can change speed, particularly in the single. They can accelerate and decelerate very quickly. And without being absolutely focused right to the finish, you can be caught out sometimes. But as they come together, it looks like Annabelle Thornton in lane 7 and the sculler from Corowa, Adelaide Rob. Close, not more than half a length in it. Hunter Valley take it from Corowa in second place. In third place from Ascom, Adelaide Babbage. In fourth place, Newcastle's Alice McCready. And from Penrith, Alyssa Holtz finishes 5th. That was race 6. Hunter Valley's Annabelle Thornton, a time of 1:59. Again, almost 10 seconds slower than Heat 2, but she goes through. In second place from Cora was Adelaide Rob, all the way from Victoria. In third place from Ascom is Adelaide Babbage Hockey. All those three scullers progressed to the final. In 5th, Newcastle Grammar, Alice McCready, and in 4th, Alice McCready from Newcastle Grammar, and in 5th from Penrith was Alyssa Holtz. Second heat lining up of the women's under 17 single scull, 500 metres. First 4 to go through. From Sydney, Charlotte Oitmer in lane 2. Newcastle Grammar's Jemima McKenzie in lane 3. Penrith's Arabella Logan in lane 4. Hunter Valley's Amelia Dennis in lane 5. Sydney's Neve Turney in lane 6. And in lane 7 from Leichhardt, we've got Josephine Egan. Off they go. Good start there from Sydney's Neve Teagan. But not much in it at all. After the first 20 or 30 strokes, we see Neve turn and look over her right shoulder just to see where she's at. Just to keep an eye on over her left shoulder as well, because Joseph Egan is also going well. With a good stroke right there, Neve Tierney from Sydney, just keeping the pressure on the rest of them. Doesn't seem to want to concede an inch here. She pushed away from the sculler, certainly from Leichhardt on her left, and keeping an eye on the sculler on the far side. Her compatriot from Sydney as well in lane 1. And as they approach the last 25 strokes. Looks like from here the two boats from Sydney, Neve Turney, Charlotte Oitmer, dominating this race. Niamh Tierney crosses the line in lane 6 with 2 boat lengths on her fellow compatriot from Sydney, Charlotte, in lane 2. Now we're going to call Newcastle Grammar's Jemima Mackenzie there, just over Hunter Valley's Amelia Dennis for 3rd and 4th place. And 5th, Leichhardt's Josephine Egan. And in 6th, Arabella Logan from Penrith. Official result there of race 7. Niamh Tierney, official time of 1:58.85. In 1st place from Sydney. In 2nd place, also from Sydney, Charlotte Oitmer, 4.6 seconds behind. In 3rd place, Newcastle Grammar's Jemima Mackenzie. All 3 of those scullers progressed to the final. 4th, Hunter Valley's Amelia Dennis. 5th, Leichhardt's Josephine Egan. And 6th, Penrith's Arabella Logan. Race 8, almost underway, is the men's under-16 double scull. 500 metres, heat 1. First 4 progress through to the final. On the far side, Nepean in lane 2. In lane 3, we have Cranbrook's, Lane and Hartright. In lane 4, we have Cranbrook's, Proust and Williams. In lane 5, Glebes, Slack and Clifton. In lane 6, from Hunter Valley Grammar, Purdy and Foster. And in lane 7, we have Leichhardt's, Fleet and Lee Coxall. Off they go. Looks like the boat's nearest to us in lane 3. Leichhardt. Maybe you've got a slight whiff of the number 1 position. How much do they want it? First 4 go through. And there will certainly be some thoughts given, I'm sure, from these scullers already to see how much energy they want to expend in the heat to ensure they've got through versus that they want to keep something in the tank, back in the tank for the final. So as they come through, looks like the boat from Cranbrook in lane 4, Proust and Williams in the high-vis caps, just their nose in front, maybe half a length in front of Glebe in lane 5. And in lane 7, Leichhardt, Fleet and Lee Coxall. Yep, looks like boat number 5 in lane 4 from Cranbrook comes first. In lane 5 from Glebe is 2nd, and in lane 7, Leichhardt come 3rd. The top of Nepean finished 4th. Cranbrook's other boat, Lane and Hartright, finished 5th. Crossing the line now from Hunter Valley, Purdy and Foster finish 6th. That's race 8. Just to clarify, Cranbrook's, Prout and Williams finish in 1st place. Glebes, Slack and Clifton finish 2nd. Leichhardt's, Fleet and Lee Coxall finish 3rd. Nepean's, George and Bazina finish 4th. All those rowers go through to the final. Eliminated, unfortunately, is Cranbrook's, Lane and Hartright, and Hunter Valley's, Purdy and Foster. The second heat is underway almost of the men's under-16 double scull. Off they go. Bit of a flyer there for Cranbrook's, Martin and Coping. So on the far side, Hunter Valley Grammar's Hunt and Williamson. In lane 4 is Hartnell and Henderson. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar is Barker and Harmon. In lane 6 from Cranbrook is Martin and Copping. And in lane 7 from Leichhardt is Van der Westhuizen and Simovic. And Cranbrook's second boat in lane 6, Martin and Copping, got an absolute flyer from the start there. Looks like they've managed to maintain that from their school colleagues. Hartnell and Henderson also from Cranbrook in lane 4. So 4 to progress in this heat with only 5 boats in. So maybe it's just racing for bragging rights between these two boats from Cranbrook. Well, the Newcastle Grammar boys going to have something to say in it. Bit of a wibble there from the boat, Hartnell and Henderson. Allows Newcastle Grammar's Barker and Harmon maybe to give them a bit of a nudge, go row through them in the last 10 metres, but looks safe here for Martin and Copping from Cranbrook, who finish 2.5 boat lengths in the lead. Newcastle Grammar slide through to second place. Barker and Harmon. Cranbrook's Hartnell and Henderson in third. Leichhardt, Van der Westhuizen and Simovic finish in fourth. All those boats go through to the final. Hunter Valley's William Hunt and Oliver Williamson. Give them a round of applause in the grandstand. An admirable job on a hot day. Well done, boys, finishing 5th. Race 10. Men's open single scull. Should be a good one. Heat 1. There are 6 races in this. The first 4 progress through to the final. Jason Waddell in lane 2 from Nepean on the far side. University of New South Wales, Zach Partridge in lane 3. UTS's Mitchell Kaponis in lane 4. Lake Macquarie's Bo Fleming in lane 5. Scott Purves in lane 6 from University of New South Wales. And from UTS, Peter Waldersee, coach and commentator extraordinaire, in lane 7. It looks like Pete has got off to a flyer nearest the grandstand in lane 7. Having almost exhausted himself commentating this morning, he's obviously left a lot in the tank to go through to the final later this afternoon. But his compatriot from UTS in lane 3, Mitchell Kaponis, won't let him get away that lightly. I think he's looking in second place at the moment. As we come to the last 100 metres, a strong finish there. Pete Waldersee from UTS just raises the rate slightly to cement that position. His compatriot is not going to let him off the hook though. They're both racing for the line. Good to see. Quick look over the right shoulder from Preet. Takes the rate up again. Got it in the bag. A length for UTS's Pete Waldersee. UTS Michael Kaponis finishes second. The Nepean's Jason Woodall finishes third. And in fourth, in lane 3, is University of New South Wales' Zach Partridge. University of New South Wales' Scott Purves in 5th, and in 6th, Lake Macquarie's Bo Fleming. So the results there of race 10. In first place was Peter Waldersee's from UTS. In second from UTS also, Mitchell Kaponis. In third from Nepean was Jason Waddell. In fourth, Zach Partridge from University of New South Wales. All progressed through to the final. Scott Purves from University of New South Wales finishes 5th, and Lake Macquarie's Bo Fleming finishes 6th. Second heat of the men's open single scull. On the far side from NSW, Yuki Takahari. In the third lane from University of New South Wales is Harry O'Donnell. In lane 4 from UTS is Mathis Ferreira. In the fifth lane from Penrith is Liam Taylor. In lane 6 from Lake Macquarie is Luke Walker, and in lane 7 from UTS is Jack Henderson. Still lining up. So UNSW, UTS, Penrith, Lake Macquarie, and UTS all line up in this race 11, the men's open singles scull heat 2. Again, the first 4 progress through to the final. Scull is just drifting to the start line. Maybe a very, very slight breeze. Just starting to pick up, but it won't be anything of note. Certainly won't affect the racing today, I wouldn't have thought. It will get warm today, up to maybe 29. No real breeze, so make sure you are adequately protected from the sun, whether you're a rower or a spectator. Just a note, remember your bow numbers will be available for collection from Boat Shed 1. Please return any used bow numbers to Boat Shed 1 after your race if you are racing. Well, it's taken a while for them to get to the start, but they're all there. Race 11, lane 2, Yuki Takahara Chimale. In lane 3, Harry O'Donnell. In lane 4, Mathis Ferreira. In lane 5, Liam Taylor. In lane 6, Luke Walker. And in lane 7, Jack Henderson. Off they go. Jack Henderson duking it out with Luke Walker from Lake Macquarie on the near side. So Jack Henderson from UTS, Lake Macquarie's Luke Walker. Dropping off the pace somewhat slightly there. It's given Liam Taylor a look in. He's powering through now. Absolutely steaming ahead. I think he's about to take, from this angle, first position away from Jack Henderson. Is Jack Henderson going to give it up? We'll have to wait and see. First 4 go through. So Jack Henderson from UTS, Luke Walker, Liam Taylor, and Mathis Ferreira from UTS has also got something to say about this. First 4 going through. Jack Henderson, the bucket hat. Liam Taylor from Penrith. Expending no more energy than need be. I think they both realise they've got it in the bag. Jack Henderson will take it by half a length from Liam Taylor. UTS's Mathis Ferreira will take 3rd. And Luke Walker from Lake Macquarie takes 4th. Those through to the final. University of New South Wales, Harry O'Donnell and Yuki Takahara Chimale in 6th, fortunately, will be eliminated. That was race 11. Who to the final was Jack Henderson, Liam Taylor, Mathis Ferreira, and Luke Walker. Eliminated was the University of New South Wales, Harry O'Donnell, and University of New South Wales, Yuri Takahara Chimale. Now we have the race 12, the para single scull. Great to see a number of boats here. Tally Hind in lane 3, Lauren Webber in lane 4, Bronte Marshall in lane 5, and from ANU, Rebecca Jones. Lining up on the start. Marshall has got them almost lined up. Just bringing them forward. There we go. Off they go. Looking to get into that early rhythm. There's the boat in lane 4, Lauren Webber. And the boat in lane 6, Rebecca Jones from ANU. Bronte Marshall is also not letting them get away. This is race 12, the para single scull. At the moment, you can throw a blanket over these 3 rows. Lauren Webber, Bronte Marshall, and Rebecca Jones. Just looks like Lauren Webber might have a nose out in front. Who wants it more? Last 100 meters. Great rowing here. Great sculling. Lauren Webber, a slightly higher stroke rate here. Rebecca Jones, looking actually quite comfortable. Who wants this more? Bronte Marshall decides she's in with a shout as well, and off she goes. Look at this, Bronte Marshall. Lauren Webber fading slightly in the last few meters, but Bronte Marshall coming from 3rd at halfway, powering through to the finish. Bronte Marshall right up the middle. There she goes, takes 1st. In 2nd, just on the line, Rebecca Jones from Lauren Webber in 3rd. Great racing, great racing. Well done, girls, that was awesome. Tally Hind, give her a round of applause. In 4th. Best race of the day, that by far. That race 12, para single scull. In 1st place, Bronte Marshall, at a time of 2.09.04. In 2nd place, Rebecca Jones, just 1.5 seconds behind her. And in 3rd place, again, less than half a second behind Rebecca, Lauren Webber. Well done, Tally Hind, who comes 4th in race 12, the final of the para single scull. Next race is boys para single scull. There's 3 scullers in this. On the far side we have James Johnson in lane 4. In lane 5, Stephen Lawler. And in lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar, Harrison Nichols. So as the para single scull final, race 13 lineup, we have James Johnson in lane 4, Stephen Lawler in lane 5, and Harrison Nichols in lane 6. Off they go. No problems from anyone at the start. Looks like Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar got a good start. Looks to be a very tidy sculler, Harrison, indeed. He's pushing away. This is the second final of the day. Looks like Stephen Lawler in second, just ahead of James Johnson in third. Harrison Nichols had a cracking start there. It's a very, very tidy sculler, I must say. From here, he looks absolutely amazing. Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar. Well in front of the rest of the field. This being race 13, the para single scull. Harrison Nichols, Hunter Valley Grammar. Comfortable win. Just raising the rating as he goes through the finish. Great to see that. Well done, Harrison. Harrison Nichols, Hunter Valley Grammar, wins race 13. Please come and collect your medal, Harrison. Please don't disappear down back of the wake. But it's going to be close for second place here between Stephen Lawler and James Johnson. Stephen Lawler slightly near the grandstand. James Johnson, good push there to the finish. Stephen Lawler just going to keep him off, just keeping him off by half a length there. Stephen Lawler in silver medal position. James Johnson just half a boat length behind in bronze. Please, gentlemen, come and collect your medals from the pontoon and disappear under the bridge. But great racing there. Next race, we have race 14. It's the women's Masters pair. We go from Masters C right through to Masters G. The Masters G will obviously go on the go. F 4 seconds behind, D 10 seconds behind, C 13 seconds behind. So on the far side, North Shore, Lash and Kennedy. They're 13 seconds behind. Leichhardt's, Hutchinson and Brigham in lane 2. Again, 13 seconds handicap. North Shore's Byrne and Boland. And Glebes, Skilton and Wareham, both also 13 seconds behind. Then we have Rebecca Horrigan and Samantha Judge from North Shore, 10 seconds. In lane 6 from Newcastle, Sally Watson and Catherine Dadd, also 10 seconds handicap. Then we move to the F-class Masters from North Shore, Fabro and Edwards, 4 seconds behind. And McBride and Blackwell, also 4 seconds behind in lanes 7 and 8, respectively. And then finally we have the veterans Walter and Vass go on the gun. So, North Shore well represented in this field. North Shore make up 6 of the 9 boats. Let's see if Leichhardt, Glebe and Newcastle can break this dominance. Just lining up for race 14, the women's masters pair. Again, a straight final. So the women's masters pair are being aligned. Very experienced racers, all these ladies. Psychology will be involved, I'm sure. Off goes Walters and Was from North Shore. 4 seconds later, Fabio Edwards, McBride and Blackwell, off they go. Then there's the D Scholars from North Shore and Newcastle. Now the C Scholars are all gone, so they're all away. And as we wait for this race to come through, can we just draw your attention for the first medal ceremony of the day. This is for the para single scull, race 13, 500 meters. We've only got two, the first and second position, so the gold and silver medal. So the first medal goes to Stephen Lawler, bronze. Came second in the para single scull. And gold medal winner from Hunter Valley Grammar, Harrison Nichols. Please put your hands together for Harrison Nichols and Stephen Lawler, winner and second place position for race 13, the para single scull. And as we're looking at the lake again once more, it's going to be a close one between, surprise, surprise, the boat from North Shore. Looks like Susan Walter and Julie Was, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, and Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards, all on this side of the river. The lake are looking for medals, but as they come through, it looks like the boat, McBride and Blackwell from North Shore in lane 8, might take the win, making up that 4-second deficit very well. It's going to be close in lane 9 and lane 1. Who's it going to be? North Shore, Walter and Was take second, and in third place, gosh, that's going to be a photo. In 5th place, we've got Leichhardt, Hutchin and Brigham. In 6th place from the North Shore, Byrne and Boland. In 7th, Horrigan and Judge. In 8th, Watson and Dad from Newcastle. And in 9th, Skilton and Wareham from Glebe. Close racing though, very close. So we're going to wait on the photo for 3rd position, this being a final. But the North Shore's McBride and Blackwell did a great job there to overcome their 4-second deficit to take the win by a margin of 5.66 seconds over their compatriots Walter and Vass. We're still waiting on that photo between Fabro and Edwards from the North Shore and Lash and Kennedy from the North Shore. Bragging rights will be involved in this, I'm sure. In 5th was Hutchinson and Brigham from Leichhardt. Burnham Boland from North Shore were 6th. Horrigan and Judges from North Shore were 7th and 8th. Watson and Dad from Newcastle, and Anne Skilton and Kate Wareham from Glebe in 9th. Certainly, I'll remind the women's masters pairs when the photo has been decided, and there it goes. So it's the North Shore boat of Fabro and Edwards who finished 3rd. So North Shore boats of McBride and Blackwell, Walter and Vass, and Fabro and Edwards. Please go to the pontoon. Congratulations. You are the gold, silver, and bronze medal winners for that race 14, the women's masters pair. Up at the start, we have men's masters single scull division 3. On the far side from Mossman is Mark Williams. Glebe's Mark Tajan in lane 3. Drummoyne's Richard Jones in lane 4. Nepean's Andrew Sepansky. In lane 6 from Penrith, Doug Young. UNSW's Robert Jury in lane 7. And North Shore's John James in lane 8. Again, a handicapped race. So John James from North Shore at the age of 85 will be first to go. He has a 16-second lead over Robert Jury in lane 7, who has indeed another 7 seconds lead on Doug Young and Andrew Sepansky. And they'll be followed by Richard Jones, Mark Tajan and Mark Williams, who go a further 5 seconds behind. So, Johnny James goes on the bell. Goes all the way back 28 seconds later to Mark Williams from Mossman on the far side. So obviously they'll line up the scullers with the most handicaps on the far side of the lake, and the sculler with the highest age and the highest classification nearest the grandstand. Johnny James, North Shore. Will he take advantage of his 28-second gap on some of the youngsters in this field? I sincerely hope he does. At this moment, looks like he's taking advantage of it. He's holding off Robert Jury on his right-hand side. And again, also the youngster Doug Young from Penrith in lane 6. On the far side, though, spoiler party, Mark Williams from Mossman decided to play the race card and he's decided to play the edge card and decided to kind of spoil the party, maybe. So as we come up to this final, can John James from North Shore hold off on the far side? Mark Williams, the hard-charging Mark Williams, and Robert Jury from University of New South Wales. It's going to be close. Mark Williams crosses the line in first place. Robert Jury in second from UNSW. John James from North Shore third. In fourth place from Glebe, Mark Tajan. And in fifth place from Des Moines, Richard Jones. As we come up now, Andrew Sepansky from Nepean. So that was the race 15. In first place, Mark Williams Mossman. In second place, Robert Jury from University of New South Wales. John James from the North Shore in third. Then Glebe, Drummoyne, Penrith and Nepean bring up the minor places. Gentlemen, if you'd like to make your way to the pontoon for your medal, I'll draw your attention back to the medal ceremony. We have, it's hard to tell them apart, but both crews are from the North Shore. In second place, Susan Walter and Julie Wass. And in first place, and winners of race 14, the women's masters pair, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell from North Shore. Please put your hands together for gold and silver medalists from the North Shore. Race 16 is already underway. This is Division 2 of the Masters Single Sculls. On the far side from Mossam we have Alex Doidge. In lane 3 from Des Moines, Andrew Patterson. In lane 4 from Newcastle Uni, David Hislop. In lane 5 from Endeavour, Peter Bowman. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Richard Medway. And in lane 7 from Glebe, Robert Fendel. This is Division 2 of the men's Masters Scull. Race 16. And as we look onto the far side, it looks like Alex Doidge from Mossman. He's going to try and hold off Endeavour's Peter Bowen, or it could be Richard Medway from Leichhardt. But as we come up, it looks like Mossman's Alex Doidge going to take it from Leichhardt's Richard Medway by half a boat length. It's going to be close for third. Newcastle Uni, David Hislop just on the line takes third. I think third from Drummoyne's Andrew Patterson, who finished fourth. Fifth, Glebe's Robert Fendel. Endeavour's Peter Bowman is going to finish sixth there. Race 16. The official time was Alex Doidge, a time of 1 minute 50.49 seconds. First place to Alex. Second, Leichhardt's Richard Medway, 1.5 seconds behind. In third place from Newcastle Uni, David Hislop. It's going to be a photo between Drummoyne and Glebe. And in sixth place, Endeavour's Peter Bowman. We'll still wait for that photo from the men's Masters Single Scull Division 2. Just looking for confirmation between Andrew Patterson and Robert Fendel. But could Alex Doidge, Richard Medway and David Hislop make their way over to the pontoon for the medals? We've already started men's Masters Single 1 in Division 1. Far side from Lake Macquarie, Bo Fleming. Lane 2, University of New South Wales, Alexander Lazarou. Nepean's Jason Waddell in lane 3. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Kuan Guimarães. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, Ivan Bonus. In lane 6 from UNSW, Mohammed Eid. In lane 7 from Glebe, Anthony Colley. And in lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, AJ Rooney. We'll just have a very quick medal ceremony here. This is for the men's Masters Single Scull Division 3, I believe. No, it was just Division 2. Division 3. In third place from the North Shore was John James. In second place from the University of New South Wales, Robert Jury. And in first place from Mossman, Mark Williams. Please put your hands together for the winners of the men's Masters Single Scull Division 3. And as we look to the finish line, it's going to be a close one here. It looks like University of New South Wales, Nepean and Lake are all going for it here. In lane 4, Karen Guimarães is looking to keep off the hard charge from Jason Waddell, takes it on the line, half a length. Leichhardt take it from Nepean, who take it from the University of New South Wales. Great racing there, gentlemen. Guimarães from Leichhardt takes gold. Waddell takes silver. Lazarou takes third. AJ Rooney from Lake Macquarie is fourth. Bo Fleming from Lake Macquarie is fifth. Crossing the line now from Lake Macquarie is Ivan Bonus. And bringing up the rear of the field from University of New South Wales is Mohamed Eid. That was race 17, the men's Masters Single Scull Division 1, won by Leichhardt Guimarães. In silver position was Nepean's Waddell, and in third position from University of New South Wales was Alexander Lazarou. Gentlemen, if you could make your way to the pontoon for your medals, that would be very much appreciated. Next race on the start line is a women's under-21 double scull. On the far side, University of New South Wales in lane 1. In lane 2, Boyle and Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar School. In lane 3 from UNSW, Singh and Webster. In lane 4, Lacey and Carpenter from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Ottolani and Egan. In lane 6 from UTS, Critchlow and Cooper. In lane 7 from Askham, Abi Wickraman and Kosklar. And in lane 7 from UTS, Olgers and Waddington. And off they go. At this moment, it looks like Olgers and Waddington on the near side, and the Askham boat to be very strong, but not much in it at all. The Askham boat of Abby Wickraman and Portia Coxlar, and Critchlow and Cooper from UTS are having a good old ding-dong, and Olgers and Waddington from UTS are also not letting them steal the thunder as they come up to the finish. Strong finish though from UTS boat, Critchlow and Cooper, just up the right now. Really going to fight for this from the Askham boat. But Olgers and Waddington want to say in this as well. So as they come to the finish line, who's it going to be? Newcastle Grammar on the far side as well. May have something to say about it. But boat 6. Oh, it's the UTS boats go first and second with Askham third. Newcastle Grammar fourth. It's going to be a close one for fifth and sixth. UNSW cross the line there. Newcastle Grammar. So this is race 18. Final results there. Critchlow and Cooper from UTS. Gold medal. UTS is Waddington and Anderton. From UTS takes silver. Askham's Aubrey Wickrama and Kosklar take bronze medal position. That's the women's under. It's the women's under 21s double scull. If those medal winners can make their way to podium, that would be great. And I'll draw your attention back to the pontoon, the ceremony for the winner of race 17, men's masters single scull. We have Karen Guimarães, the winner of the men's masters single scull from Leichhardt. On the lake now, we have the women's open Coxless 4. Only 3 boats in this. A ding-dong battle here between UTS on the fore side, Drummoyne in the middle, and University of New South Wales nearest the grandstand. Early showing looks like it's going to be a battle of the universities. UTS look like they've got their nose out in front from UNSW. Drummoyne in third position. Certainly be the quickest race of the day. These open Coxless 4s powering down to the finish. This is going to be a bragging rights for the university. Bit of a hiccup there for UTS on the far side there. Bit of a wobble. Don't think it will be enough to let UNSW in with a sniff. Good racing there in the women's open Coxless 4s. Comfortable win by the looks of things. Holly Garner, Ali Waddington, Charlotte Olgers and Alex Quinn. So UTS there take gold medal for the women's open Coxless 4s. Silver medal, Stanwicks, Ristic, Raffin and Matthews from UNSW take silver. And Drummoyne's Giles, Hooton, McCluskey, Voigt and Riley take bronze. Next race lining up is the men's open quad. UNSW on the far side in lane 2, stroked by Jet Clements. In lane 3, UNSW, stroked by Harry McDonald. In lane 4, we have UTS, stroked by Zink Bosco. In lane 5, we have UNSW, stroked by Haylock Keith Kong. In lane 6 from Drummoyne, we have David Dorst. And in 7, we have Cranbox Jasper Dawson Dharma stroking that boat. And again, we'll look at the medal pontoon. This is the results and the winners of women's under 21 double scull. In third place from Assam School, Audrey Abiwikrama and Portia Koskar. In second place from UTS, Charlotte Olgers and Ali Waddington. And the winners, gold medal winners of the women's under 21 double sculls from UTS, Paige Critchlow and Amelia Cooper. Please put your hands together for the winners of the women's under 21 double sculls. And as we are looking again at the final closing moments of this, the men's open quad scull, looks like in lane 4, UTS, stroked by Zink Bosco. Commanding win here over all the other boats in the field who are battling it out. Lane 6 and 7 having a very close race. Almost in the same lane. There's definitely going to be a blade clash there. In second, NSW. That's going to be close there. First place, definitely UTS. In second place, University of New South Wales. Jack Clements. It's between third and fourth. We're going to have a photo there. In fifth place was Cranbrooks, stroked by Jasper Dawson Dharma. And in sixth place was UNSW Harry O'Donnell. We're going to have a look at a photo there for race 20. Unofficially, we've got Drummoyne in third and UNSW in fourth, but we'll wait for the official timing of that. That was race 20. So there we go. That's the results of race 20. In first place, UTS. In second place, University of New South Wales. And in third place, Drummoyne. That's race 20, the men's open quad scull. The next race is going to be race 21. It's the final of the women's under 16 scull. Made up from the winners, the third place winners of the heat earlier in the day. In lane 1, we've got Kitty Elias. In lane 2, Sinead Hickley. In lane 3, Sabrina Koskar. In lane 4, Amelia de Villiers. In lane 5, Lucy Yabsley. In lane 6, Isabel Yardley. In lane 7, Sienna Mackenzie. In lane 8, Summers Hogan, and in lane 9, Poppy Hartley. And away they go in the final of the women's under 16 single scull. On the far side, Kitty Elias from Askham, Sinead Hickley from Leichhardt, Sabrina Coxar from Asham, Sydney's Amelia de Villiers. In lane 4, Glebes, Lucy Yabsley, Sydney's Isabel Yardley, Hunter Valley Grammar's Sienna Mackenzie, Corowa in Victoria, represented by Summers Hogan, and from Glebe, Poppy Hartley. Pretty hard to call it. at the moment, but in the middle of the field. Certainly with the quickest heat time winner. I think it's Lucy Yabsley from Glebe. Quickly, as we are looking at the final of the women's under 16 sculpt, we will announce the winners of the men's open sculpt. Race 20 was UTS, Zink Bosco, Peter Walsley, Mitchell Caponis, and Jack Henderson. Winners of the men's open quad sculpt, UTS. Please put your hands together. And turning quickly to our attention at the finish. As expected, Lucy Yabsley from Glebe. Comfortable win there. Second place, bronze and silver, going to be a decider. Neck and neck, nothing to split them. Nothing at all between Sydney's Isabel Yardley and Ascom's Sabrina Coxlaw there. Very, very close. Can't call it at the moment. In fourth place, Corowa's Summers Hogan. In fifth from Sydney, Amelia de Villiers. In sixth from Hunter Valley, Sienna McKenzie. In seventh from Corowa, Summers Hogan. In eighth from Ascombe is Kitty Elias. And in ninth is Leichhardt's Sinead Hickley. There we have it. In first place, in race 21, the women's under 16 scull from Glebe, Lucy Yabsley. In second place from Sydney, Isabel Yardley. And in third place from Ascombe is Sabrina Coxlaw. In fourth place from Corowa, Summers Hogan. Fifth from Sydney, Amelia de Villiers. Sixth, Hunter Valley Grammar's Sienna McKenzie. In seventh from Glebe, Poppy Hartley. In eighth from Ascombe is Kitty Elias. And in ninth from Leichhardt is Sinead Hickley. Please remember, if you are a gold, silver or medal winner in that race, please come through to the pontoon to collect your medals. We are underway in the race 22, which is the women's under 17 single sculpt. On the far side, Alice McCready from Newcastle Grammar. A compatriot also from Newcastle Grammar in lane 2, Jemima McKenzie. From Corowa's Adelaide Robb in lane 3. In lane 4, Neve Turney from Sydney. Hunter Valley Grammar's Annabelle Thornton in lane 5. Charlotte Oitmar from Sydney in lane 6, Ascombe's Adelaide Babbage Hockey in lane 7, and Hunter Valley Grammar's Amelia Dennis nearest the grandstand. Early showing, Ascombe's Adelaide Babbage Hockey, certainly up there at the moment. Charlotte Oitmar from Sydney, Hunter Valley Grammar's Annabelle Thornton as well, as they start to unwind. But not much in this at all. Neve Turney might have a nose out in front. Very accomplished sculler from Sydney. Annabelle Thornton from Hunter Valley Grammar as well in lane 5. They start to unwind now. I can see better that, yep. Annabelle Thornton in lane 5. Just to have this. He's got to absolutely lead. He's got lead absolutely over the two scullers from Sydney. So in lane 5, Hunter Valley Grammar's Annabelle Thornton. In the last 10 strokes, Can she maintain her lead over Neve Turney from Sydney? Absolutely she can. Hunter Valley's Annabelle Thornton takes gold medal. Silver medal, Neve Turney. Bronze medal, Charlotte Oitmer from Sydney as well. In fourth from Corowa, Adelaide, Rob. In fifth from Newcastle Grammar, Alice McCready. In sixth from Askham is Adelaide Babbage Hockey. In seventh from Newcastle Grammar is Jemima McKenzie. And in eighth place from the Hunter Valley is Amelia Dennis. And on the race course, we have race 23, which is the men's under 16 double scull. On the far side, Angus George and Luca Bazina from Nepean. Cranbrook's Hartnett and Henderson in lane 2. Glebe, Slack and Clifton in lane 3. In lane 4 from Cranbrook, Martin and Coping. In 5, we have Cranbrook's Prout and Williams. In lane 6, Newcastle Grammar's in Baker and Harmon. In lane 7, Leichhardt's Fleet and Lee Coxall, and in lane 8, Leichhardt's Van der Westhuizen and Peter Simovic. At this moment in time, it looks like that's going to be close again. On the far side looks like from here one of the Cranbrook crews are up there, certainly. The Glebe crews are up there. And the Leichhardt crews on the near side are also in with a shout as well. So as they come to the final, very close. Nothing between the boat in lane 3 from Glebe and the boat in line 5 from Cranbrook. It's like the boys, Slack and Clifton, half a length take the gold medal. Cranbrook's Prout and Williams take silver, and Leichhardt's Fleet and Lee Coxall take third. In fourth place, Cranbrook's Martin and Copping. In fifth place, Nepean's George and Bazina. Hartnett and Henderson from Cranbrook take 6. In 7th from Newcastle Grammar, Barker and Harmon. And in 8th from Leichhardt, Van der Westhuizen and Simovic. Okay, we'll turn our attention now to the men's Masters single scull medal presentation. Race 16 a while ago. In third place from Newcastle University, David Hislop. In silver position, Leichhardt's Richard Medway. And in gold medal position from Mossman, Alex Deutsch. Please put your hands together for the winners of the men's Masters single scull. And again, we'll turn our attention to the medal pontoon, race 20. This was the men's open quad scull. Quickly, we'll turn our attention again to the medalists for the women's under-16 single scull. In third place, Sabrina Koskar. In second place, Isabel Yardley. And in first and gold medal position, Lucy Yarbsley. Please put your hands together for the women's under-16 single scull final winners. We missed some great racing there. I certainly missed some great racing there. Just race 24, that was the men's under-17 double scull final. Great finish there from Hunter Valley Grammars, Williamson and Purdy. A couple of boat lengths ahead of Corowa's Hogan and, well, the Hogan brothers from Corowa. In third place with Newcastle Grammar, just a second behind Leishman and Chung. In fourth place, Newcastle Grammar's Brown and Burton. Cranbrook in fifth place, Hermes, Angelucci and Dunn. And in sixth place, Leichhardt, Hugh and Lee. Roger. Okay, medals ceremony again. Women's under-17 single scull. In third place, Charlotte Oitmer. In second place, Niamh Turney. And from Hunter Valley, Annabella Thornton in gold medal position. Please put your hand together for the women's under-17 single scull winners. And just lining up to start now is race 25, Women's Masters Single Skill Division 1. In lane 2 from Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald. In lane 3 from Glebe, we have Jacqueline Harris. In lane 4 from Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis. In lane 5 from Drummoyne, Jodie Pangelopoulos. In lane 6 from Glebe, Kate Wareham. In lane 7 from Nepean, Vanessa Edwards. In lane 8 from Glebe, Anne Skilton, and in lane 9 from Mossman, Sarah Hill. They're all off to a start. Some quicker than others. Looks like Sarah Hill from Mossman's got a good start there. Just looking at the final stages now of women's single scull. Division 1, looks like in lane 4. Shoalhaven's Katrina Davis wins. Very close in second. I'm not going to call it between Sarah Hill and Jacqueline Harris for second and third. Lake Macquarie's Trudy McDonald finishes fourth. Drummoyne finished fifth. Glebe finished sixth. And Skilton from Glebe finishes sixth. And Kate Wareham from Glebe will finish sixth as well. So the finish there in first place. Women's Masters Single Scull Division 1. Shoalhaven's Katrina Davis wins in a time of 2 minutes and 1 second, .31. Mossman's Sarah Hill comes in silver position. And just 0.4 of a 3 second behind her is Glebe's Jacqueline Harris. Fourth, Lake Macquarie's Trudy McDonald. Fifth, Drummoyne's Panjanopoulos. In sixth place was Glebe's Anne Skilton, and in seventh place, Glebe's Kate Wareham. Okay, we'll turn our attention to the medals for the men's under-16 double scull. In bronze position from Newcastle Grammar School was Leishman and Chung. In silver medal position from Corowa was Hogan and Hogan. And the gold medal winners of the men's under-16 double scull from Hunter Valley was Williamson and Purdy. Race 26 about to just started. Far side, Elizabeth Sandro from Corowa. UNSW Sophie Champion in lane 3. Mossman's Edith de Boer. Scratch from North Shore. Rebecca Horrigan in lane 5, so she's no longer there. In lane 6 from Corowa, we have Julie Underwood. Drummoyne's Janine Donovan in lane 7. Lake Macquarie's Misha Duzel in lane 8 and in lane 9. Nearest to us in the grandstand is Rosalie Furness from Endeavour. Early showing here, looks like. It's the Scullers in lane 8, 7 and 6. Seems to be making the first, all the running so far. Hard to tell at this stage. But it's going to be between Julia Underwood from Corowa, Janine Donovan from Drummoyne, Michelle Duzel from Lake Macquarie, and certainly Rosalie Furness is not out of it yet at all. So as they come to the final closing stages of race 26 and Women's Master Single Scull Division 2. Last 50 meters. It's like the boat from Corowa, Julie Underwood. She's keeping her nose in the front. Coached by Wesley Canny. Half a boat length, 3/4 of a boat length from Janine Donovan from Drummoyne, who indeed is herself only 3/4 of a boat length in front of Lake Macquarie's Michelle Dizal. So first, second and third, Corowa, Drummoyne, Lake Macquarie. In fourth place, great effort there from Rosalie Furness in from Endeavour. On the far side from Mossman, Edith de Boer finishes fifth. Sixth from UNSW's Sophia Champion. And from Corowa, Elizabeth Sando finishes in 7th position. So that was race 26, the women's Masters Single Sculls Division 2, won by Julie Underwood from Corowa. In 2nd place from Des Moines was Janine Donovan, and in 3rd place from Lake Macquarie, Michelle Duzal. Please make your way to the pontoon to collect your medals. Now we'll go to some more medals. These are the medals for race 25, the Women's Masters Single Scull Division 1. In 3rd place from Glebe, Jacqueline Harris. In 2nd place from Mossman, Sarah Hill. And in gold medal position from Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's Masters Single Scull Division 1. Just lining up on the start. Next race, it's the Women's Masters Single Scull Division 3. On the far side, from Des Moines, Caroline Vernon. In lane 2 from Shoalhaven, Robin Wakefield. Mossman's Castaigne Foxton is in lane 3. Lake Macquarie's Anne Harkham is in lane 4. M. Barak from Mossman is in lane 5. Carmel Taylor from Leichhardt in lane 6. Des Moines' Rowena Stewart in lane 7. Abbotsford's Suzanne Jones in lane 8. And in lane 9 from Lake Macquarie, Louise Termin. This is a handicapped race. So the boats in lane 7, 8 and 9 from Des Moines, Abbotsford and Lake Macquarie will go on the gun, and then the rest of the pack will go 3 seconds later. Not much at all, over 500 meters. We'll see how they go. Just lining up at the moment. So it's Rowena Stewart, Suzanne Jones and Louise Termin to go off on the gun. Then it's up to them to be chased down by the rest of the pack from Leichhardt, Mossman, Macquarie, Shoalhaven and Des Moines. Away they go. I think there was a slight issue at the start from Carmel Taylor there. But the scullers from Des Moines, Abbotsford and Lake Macquarie, Rowena Stewart, Suzanne Jones, Louise Termine are all taking advantage of that 3-second lead. Halfway through this 500-meter race, looks like Des Moines' Rowena Stewart and Lake Macquarie's Louise Termin are indeed determined to win this. Not giving each other a quarter. It's up to some of the other athletes, particularly looks like M. Barak from Mossman. And over her right shoulder. Sorry, yep, over her right shoulder, Carmel Taylor from Leichhardt are also in with a shout as well. In lane 7, Rowena Stewart from Des Moines in the green and the gold. Just keeping her nose in front, but it's all coming down very close to the line now. 4 boats abreast down here. Des Moines, Mossman, Lake Macquarie, and on the far side, Des Moines again. Very close indeed. Lane 7, Des Moines takes the gold. Lake Macquarie takes silver, Mossman take bronze there. So, gosh, very exciting. In first place, Drummoyne's Rowena Stewart at a time of 2 minutes 15.02. In second place, Lake Macquarie's Anne Harkham, just 0.93 seconds behind. And just in third place, just pipped out there, Mossman's M. Barak, 0.29 seconds behind. That's the gold, silver and medal winners. In fourth place from Des Moines, Caroline Vernon. In fifth place from Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine. In sixth place from Leichhardt, Carmel Taylor. In seventh place from Abbotsford, Suzanne Jones. In eighth place from Mossman is Castaigne Fox, and in ninth place from Shoalhaven, Robin Wakefield. So just to clarify, race 27, Women's Masters Single Scull Division 3. In first place, Rowena Stewart from Des Moines. In second place from Lake Macquarie was Anne Harkham, and in third place from Mossman was M. Barak. Okay, we'll turn our attention to the medal pontoon. This is race 26, hotly contested Women's Masters Single Scull Division 2. In third place from Lake Macquarie, Michelle Duzal. In second place from Des Moines, Janine Donovan. And in third place from Corowa, Julie Underwood. Please join me in congratulating the winners of race 26, the Women's Masters Single Scull Division 2. And on the lake, we have the Women's Masters Single Scull Division 4 just gone off. On the far side from Endeavour, Diane Trescott. In lane 2 from the North Shore, Mary Walsh. From Endeavour, in lane 3 is Diane McShane. From Lake Macquarie is Mary Brown in lane 4. Endeavour's Lindy Nisbet in lane 5. Abbotsford's Petra McCaskill in lane 6. Leichhardt's Kerry Thorne in lane 7. Abbotsford's Rosemary Hancock in lane 8. And Ann Taylor from Mossman is nearest us in lane 9. Again, these are handicap races going from H to F. That means Ann Taylor goes off on the gun. Half of the field then chase her down 6 seconds behind, and then the other half are 11 seconds behind Anne. How does it look so far? It looks like Ann Taylor has still got her nose out in front. So managing to hold off with 100 meters to go. The boats, which are respectively 6 seconds and 11 seconds behind her. It's going to be closer as a finish. Looks like the boat. So Ann Taylor still, I think, her nose out in front. But it looks like Lindy Nisbet from Endeavour is going to push her hard. Ann Taylor, though, maintains that slight lead. She crosses the line. In first position from Mossman, Ann Taylor. In second place, very hard between the two boats in 8 and 5. So Endeavour and Abbotsford, photo. Petra McCaskill finishes 4th from Abbotsford. Endeavour's Diane McShane finishes 5th. Dan Trescott for Endeavour finishes 6th. Kerry Thorne finishes 7th. And Marie Brown from Lake Macquarie finishes 8th. And there it is, very close. That's race 28, the Women's Masters Single Scull Division 4. In first place, Ann Taylor from Mossman. In second place from Abbotsville, Rosemary Hancock. In third place from Endeavour, Lindy Nisbet. In fourth place from Abbotsford, Petra McCaskill. In fifth place from Endeavour, Diane McShane. Dan Trescott from Endeavour in sixth. Kerry Thorne from Leichhardt in seventh. And Marie Brown from Lake Macquarie in eighth. And back to the medals pontoon. We have the medal ceremony for race 27. That's the Women Masters Single Scull Division 3. In third place, from Mossman, M. Barrack. In second place, from Lake Macquarie, Anne Harkham. And in gold medal position from Des Moines, Rowena Stewart. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's Masters Single Scull Division 3. We have on the lake race 29. That's the Men's Masters Coxless 4. 5 boats in this on the far side, UNSW. In lane 3. And in lane 4 we have North Shore. In lane 5, Leichhardt. In lane 6 we've got the UNSW stroked by Warwick Fisher. And in lane 7 we have the Mossman 4 stroked by John Hardy. Looks like the handicap has definitely been advantageous to the Mossman gentlemen, who are all over the age of 74 and therefore are in Division I of the handicap. They've managed to maintain their lead, respectively, of 11 seconds over Leichhardt in New South Wales and 17 seconds over North Shore, 22 seconds over University of New South Wales on the far side. So, once again, experience pays off, obviously. John Hardy, John May, John Struick, Philip Titston powering home for a Mossman win in race 29, the Men's Masters Coxless 4. Let me close for gold and silver and bronze, though. We've got University of New South Wales 2 boats, and it is a photo finish there. North Shore finishing 4th. Leichhardt finishing 5th, but an absolute finish for gold and silver between the UNSW boats there. What we have is Mossman finishing first, time of 1 minute 49.1 seconds. 7.2 seconds behind, we have the University of New South Wales boat. Warwick Fisher, Robert Jury, Ben Whalen, William Moyles in silver position. And then the University of New South Wales boat, George Lazarou, Andrew McEncrow, Nicholas Lazarou, and Alexander Lazarou in third position there. 4th was North Shore and 5th Leichhardt. So that's John Hardy, John May, John Struick, Philip Titston from Mossman, and the 2 boats from the University of New South Wales. Please come to the medal pontoon to pick up your medals. on the lake, we have the final of the men's under-21 single scull. William Wright from Cranbrook on the far side, Jasper Dawson-Dharma from Cranbrook in lane 2, UTS's Zinc Bosco in lane 3, Penrith's Liam Taylor in lane 4, lane 5 Nepean's Miles Harold, lane 6 UTS's Hunter Hyde, in lane 7 UNSW's Flynn Wilkinson, and UTS James Scott Brown in lane 8. Coming to the final of this now, it looks like Nepean rower Miles Harold takes gold. In second is Penrith's Liam Taylor. In third, UTS Hunter Hyde. William Wright from Cranbrook is 4th. Zinc Bosco from UTS 5th. Flynn Wilkinson from UNSW from 6th. Jasper Dawson-Dharma from Cranbrook in 7th. And UTS's James Scott Brown in 8th. Okay, now we go to the medal presentation for race 28, the Women's Masters Single Scull Division 4. In third place, a hard race, is Endeavour's Lindy Nisbet. In second place, from Abbotsford, Rosemary Hancock. And in first place, from Mossman, Annie Taylor. Please join me in congratulating the winners of Women's Masters Single Skill Division 4. As we turn our attention back to the lake, that's the Women's Open Double Scull. In lane 1 from UTS, Garner and Quinn. In lane 2 from Nepean is Trivet and Truckerman. In lane 3 from Drummoyne is Hooton and Huntley. In lane 5 from Shoalhaven is Richardson and Underwood. In lane 6 from UTS is Stocks and Sibyllin. From Drummoyne, in lane 6 is Giles and McCluskey Voigt. In lane 7 from UNSW is Backler and Cox. And from Newcastle Uni, in lane 8 is Johnson and Harkham. This moment in time, it looks like UTS and Newcastle University in the near lane could be up there, but as they start to unwind, we'll see. UTS, Louisa Stocks, Gemma Sibyllin in lane 5. Let's have their noses in front. But on the far side, it's the UTS boat of Holly Garner and Alexandra Quinn. As the angles unwind, a length ahead. So UTS look like they've taken that win. Garner and Quinn, UTS on the far side from their compatriots Stocks and Sibyllin in second place. Newcastle University's Elizabeth Johnson and Emily Harkham coming third. Shoalhaven in fourth. Nepean, Trivet and Truckerman in 5th. UNSW's Backler and Cox in 6th. Drummoyne, Giles and McCluskey Voigt in 7th. And Drummoyne's Hooton and Huntley in 8th. So good first and second there for UTS. Next race on the start line is the men's under 16 quad scull. On the far side from Shaw, Oliver Paris, Harry Faulkner, Austin Hamilton and Alex Rogan. In lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, we've got Angus Purdy, Oliver Williamson, Edward Walsh and Max Bryson. From Shaw, in lane 3, we've got Gilligan, Jeremy McKinley, Tom Green and Billy Bells. From Cranbrook in lane 5, Carson Prout, Toby Lane, Edward Williams and Edward Hartwright. In lane 6 from Shaw, we've got Henry Wheeler, Rupert Forrester, Will Powell and George Scammell. In lane 7 from Hunter Valley, we've got George Hughes, Bailey Cropp, Maxim Ward and Hayden Melmoth. And in lane 8 from Shaw, we've got Luke Robinson, Ben McCutchinson, Lawson Armstrong and Harrison Frape. Turning our attention just to the medal podium for race 30. It's the men's under 21 single scull medals. In third place from UTS, Hunter Hyde. In second place from Penrith, Liam Taylor. And in first place from Nepean, Miles Harold. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's under 21 single scull final. And close racing here. In lane 5, Cranbrook in the day glow. And Shaw in the near 8, in the near side, on the near side. Who's going to go it? They're both locking over each other. Bucket Hat versus day glow. Who's got it? I don't know. Looks like Shaw have got it. Shaw have got that just on the line. 0.5 seconds. Shaw 1, Luke Robinson, Ben McCutcheon, Lawson Armstrong, Harrison Frape take the gold medal there, just away from Cranbrook. Carson Prout, Toby Lane, Edward Williams and Edward Hartwright in second position. In third position, another boat from Shaw. Wheeler, Forrester, Powell and Scammell take bronze medal. In fourth, it's Shaw again, boat of Oliver Paris. In fifth, it's Hamish Gilligan's boat from Shaw. In sixth, Hunter Valley's boat stroked by Angus Purdy, and in seventh, it's Hunter Valley's Grammar, George Hughes. Just to confirm that, close racing there, very tight. In first place, Shaw 1, stroked by Luke Robinson. In second place was Cranbrook 2, stroked by Carson Prout. And in third place, Shaw 2, stroked by Henley Wheeler. In fourth place, Shaw 4, stroked by Oliver Paris. In fifth place, Shaw 3, stroked by Hamish Gilligan. In sixth place, Hunter Valley Grammar's Angus Purdy. And in seventh place, Hunter Valley Grammar 2, stroked by George Hughes. Roger that. Okay, so let's go to the medal presentation for the women's open double scull. It's race 31. In third place from University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler and Heather Cox. In second place from UTS, Louisa Stocks and Gemma Sibyllin. And in first place from UTS and winners, Holly Garner and Alexandra Quinn. Please join me in congratulating the winners of race 31, the open double scull winners. Thank you. Lining up for race 33 on the start is the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull. 4 boats in this on the far side from Leichhardt. Boat, the quad, stroked by Luke Fleet. Newcastle Grammar, stroked by Logan Harmon, is in lane 4. Cranbrook Quad, stroked by Callum Dunn, is in lane 5. And Hunter Valley Grammar, stroked by Harrison Nichols, is in lane 6. Off they go. These quads will be moving very quick. Quickest boat to get up to speed. And when they are up to speed, these boats can certainly fly almost as quick as an 8. And at this moment in time, looks like Cranbrook, stroked by Callum Dunn, Felix Hermes, Angelucci, James Mills and Lachlan Lawson, may just have a bow ball in front of the Hunter Valley Grammar School, stroked by Harrison Nichols. The 2 boats in the 2 nearest lanes to us, but it is very close. Neither boat giving a quarter. It's like Hunter Valley, you might just be eking out on every stroke. Just a bit of distance between them and Cranbrook. Pushing for the line. Cranbrook do not want to give up. They've just upped their rating. Hunter Valley keeping the length there, though, quite nicely. Look to be a considerably bigger crew there from Hunter Valley. But, yeah, they've got it. Half a length. Hunter Valley take the win from a hard-charging Cranbrook in second. In third place, Leichhardt. And in fourth place, Newcastle Grammar. Just to confirm that, so boats 6, 5 and 3 to the pontoon, please, to collect your medals. That is, in first place, boat number 6, Hunter Valley Grammar. In boat number 5, in second place, Cranbrook. And in third place, boat number 3, Leichhardt. Next race. Next race seems to be race number 34. It's a para double scull. 2 boats in this. James Johnson and Talia Hind. And Bronte Marshall in the second boat, and Lauren Webster. So just on the start line now is the straight final of race 34. The Para double scull. On the far side, James Johnson and Tarley Hind. And in lane 5, nearest to us, Bronte Marshall and Lauren Webber. Off they go. Bronte and Lauren on the near side have a bit of an issue at the start there, but seem to have got themselves back on track. Got a bit of catching up to do between James Johnson and Talia Hyde on the far side. It looks like they've already made it up. So will Bronte and Lauren, after a bit of a adrenaline burst on the start there, after being left behind, bit of a mix-up there. Will they be able to keep this lead in front of them? Or will they run out of gas? We'll wait and see in the closing stages of the race currently underway, race 34, Para double scull. So Bronte Marshall and Lauren Webber starting to extend that lead a bit now, having been left on the start. But we'll see how James Johnson and Talia Hind respond. Final stages of race 34, the Para double scull. Looks like after a bit of a slow start, Bronte Marshall and Lauren Webber quite comfortable in rowing through their fellow club members. Bronte Marshall, Lauren Webber take the win. James Johnson and Tarley Hind will be in silver medal position. That race 34, the Para double scull. Okay, and we'll turn our attention to the pontoon once again. It's a men's under-17 Cox quad scull. In third place from Leichhardt, Luke Fleet, Riley Lee Cosco, Dylan Lee, Michael Hugh, and coxed by William Sprigge, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In second place from Cranbourne, Callum Dunn, Felix Emez Angelucci, James Mills, Lachlan Larson, coxed by Tom Gloucester, and coached by Adrian Henning and Sam Carroll. And in first place, from Hunter Valley Grammar, Harrison Nichols, Lachlan Foster, Hayden Williamson, Max Batchley, and coxed by Lucy Sutherland. Please put your hands together for the winners of the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull, Hunter Valley Grammar. And keeping in tradition of awarding medals for Cox Quad Sculls, this is the medal ceremony for the men's under-16 Cox Quad Scull. In third place, from shore, Henry Wheeler, Rupert Forrester, Will Powell, George Scammell, and Cox Oscar Miller. In silver medal position from Cranbrook, Carson Prout, Toby Lane, Edward Williams, Edward Hartwright, and coxed by Jay Rastogi. And in gold medal position from shore also, we have Luke Robinson, Ben McCutcheon, Lawson Armstrong, Harrison Freight, and coxed by Toby Cochran. Please join me in celebrating the winners of the men's under-16 Cox Quad Scull, Shaw. And the final medal ceremony before we take a short break is the presentation of the medals for race 34, the para double scull. Both crews coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. In second place, silver medal position, James Johnson. And Tally Hind. And in gold medal position, Bronte Marshall. And Lauren Webber. Please put your hands together for both silver and gold medal winners of race 34, the para double scull. And there will be just a short break now between the next race, race 35, which will be the Masters, Women's Masters Quad Scull, just past 1 o'clock. So 10 minutes, maybe a bit less, before racing resumes. Right, underway, racing is underway again. It's race 35, the Women's Masters Quad Scull. Again, a handicapped race, but only 6 seconds between first and last. On the far side, UNSW, stroked by Gabrielle Hardin. North Shores, Catherine James strokes the boat in lane 2. Leichhardt, Ana Paula Guimarães in lane 3. Drummoyne's Rowena Stewart in lane 4. North Shores, Briones in lane 5. In lane 6, we've got Endeavour, stroked by Lindy Nesbitt. In lane 7, we've got Drummoyne, stroked by Yasmin Finnegan. And in lane 8, nearest to us, Endeavour's Katrina Whiteley. 500 metres starts, all experienced racers. They all got off to a great start, even though the boats nearest to us have got the advantage. The boats on the far side, 4 seconds and 6 seconds down. But as they come to the final 100 metres, it is very close indeed. At least 5 boats in this. There will be no quarter given. Drummoyne, Endeavour, Leichhardt, all very, very close. Going to get out to the wire between Drummoyne and Endeavour, very close. It's going to be on the line. Who takes the final stroke? Endeavour win the gold medal. Drummoyne in lane 7 and Drummoyne in lane 4 take first, second and third. So the boat stroked by Lindsay Nisbet from Endeavour take gold medal position there. Drummoyne stroked by Yasmin Finnegan in second position. And the other boat from Drummoyne stroked by Rowena Stewart in third. Great race though there. Very little to separate that. Certainly the closest race of the day. Lindy Nesbitt's Endeavour finished in one time of 1:56.19, 0.88 seconds behind Drummoyne. A further 0.91 seconds behind that is the second Drummoyne boat. There's still a photo between North Shore and Leichhardt for fourth and fifth position. In sixth were UNSW. In seventh, North Shore and Endeavour were eighth. Now there it comes through. In fourth, Leichhardt. And in fifth, North Shore, just 0.1 second behind. It's a great race. So boats 6, 7 and 4, please come to the pontoon. That's the boat from Endeavour, coached by Lindy Nisbet. In silver position, Drummoyne, stroked by Yasmin Finnegan. And the third boat from also Drummoyne, stroked by Rowena Stewart. That's the first, second, third in the Women's Masters Quad Scull, race 35. Up at the start, we have the Men's Masters Double Scull Division 1, race 36. On the far side from UNSW, Burns and Pickford. In lane 3 from Newcastle University, the Hislop brothers. I'm going to say maybe it's son and father. Who knows? In lane 4, Leichhardt, Guimarães and Medway. In lane 5 from Endeavour, Percival and Chadwick. In lane 6 from Endeavour, we've got Redhead and Patton. And in lane 7 nearest to us, Bowman and Blomfield from Endeavour as well. It is a handicapped race. Bowman and Blomfield nearest to us go first. The two other Endeavour boats are 2 seconds behind. Leichhardt and Newcastle Uni a further 2 seconds behind that. And then UNSW, 6 seconds behind the starters. Off they go. Looks like from here, Percival and Chadwick from Endeavour in lane 5. Just got their noses in front of their colleagues on their left, but also on their right from Leichhardt. Gutierrez and Medway. Redhead and Patton dropping off a bit now. So in lane 4, it's Leichhardt, Gutierrez and Medway. All the running. Newcastle Uni's Hislop brothers, father and son, who knows? In silver. And it looks like UNSW on the far side, Chris Byrne. So, Leichhardt take the win. The Hislop brothers from Newcastle University in silver. UNSW, Burns and Pickford in bronze. In 4th place from Endeavour, Percival and Chadwick. Redhead and Patton in 5th place. I think there was a scratch there from Bowman and Blomfield. And just the official results there of race 36. It's the men's Masters double scull. In 1st place in a time of 1 minute 45.13 seconds. Cohen Gutierrez and Richard Medway from Leichhardt. In 2nd place from Newcastle University is Rowan and David Hislop. And in 3rd place from UNSW is Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. In 4th place, Endeavour's Percival and Chadwick. In 5th place, Endeavour's Redhead and Patton. So up at the start, race 37, we've got men's Masters double scull division 2 from Shoalhaven on the far side in lane 2. And Dennis and Raddick. From Drummoyne in lane 3, Jones and Patterson. In lane 4 from UNSW is Pippett and Heath. From Glebe in lane 5 is Chitchin and Major. In lane 6 from Mossman, Hardy and Titterton. And in lane 7 from Mossman, Struick and May. Big handicap here, so the guys from Mossman on this near side will go on the gun. And then the rest of the field, as they're all in a different class, will go 15 seconds behind them. So as they just start up, it will be the guys from Mossman who will go off. And then the pack from Glebe, UNSW, Drummoyne and Shoalhaven will have to wait 15 seconds before they row them down. Starter lining them up. Off the boys from Mossman are. Looks like Owen and looks like Hardy and Titston. Good start, better start from their colleagues on their left. It's a long wait for the rest of them, and the rest of them are off. Certainly the boys from Glebe get a good start, as it have the boys from Drummoyne. So, the rabbit and the hare. Sorry, the hare and the tortoise, I was trying to say. Sure, the guys from Mossman will not thank me from calling them tortoises, but that's the kind of nature of these kind of handicap races. Looks like the guys from Glebe already making up that 15 seconds. And their stroke rate considerably higher. And the gents from Drummoyne as well, Jones and Patterson, will have something to say as well. So with 100 to go, Struick and May, maybe just the nose in front from Hardy and Titterton, but it's not going to be much longer before the boat from Glebe and the boat from Drummoyne come through them, I suspect. We'll wait and see. Can they hold them off? Struick and May, wily old racers that they are, keeping that stroke rate high. Can they keep their noses in front? The Glebe boat slightly have they got enough left in the tank? Mossman, a bit of a wiggle there. Take it on the line. It's got to go to Glebe. Glebe half a length in front. Chijin and May just take half a length in front of Struick and May from Mossman. Hardy and Titterton take bronze medal from Jones and Patson from Des Moines on the far side. So that's Glebe, Mark and Keith Major take first position. Mossman, Struick and May take silver. Hardy and Titterton from Mossman take bronze. Des Moines, Jones and Patterson take fourth place. University of New South Wales, Peppett and Heath take fifth. And in sixth place from Shoalhaven, and Dennis and Raddick take sixth. Just starting on the field now. It's two-boat straight shootout on the women's under-21 quads. On the far side, UTS, stroked by Sarah Berichet. And on this side, UNSW, stroked by Annabelle Singh. Just off the start, certainly the UTS boat looks to be at least 3/4 a length up the start. Very strong start by UTS there. If UNSW want to do anything now in such a short race, they've got to move very quickly now before they lose touch. So the medal ceremony for race 36 is about to start. This is the men's masters double scull. In third place from University of New South Wales, Chris Bryan and Michael Pickford. In second place from Newcastle University, Rowan Hislop and David Hislop. And in gold medal position from Leichhardt, Cohen Guimarães and Richard Medway. Please join me in celebrating the winners of the men's masters double sculls, Leichhardt Rowing Club. And that was, we just missed there, the culmination of the women's under-21 quads, women's under-21 quad scull. Quite a convincing win there by almost 9.2 seconds by UTS. Sarah Butrian, Paige Critchlow, Grace Burke, Amelia Cooper. Over the boat from UNSW of Annabelle Singh, Adelaide Webster, Elizabeth Raffin and Ashley Potter. Race 35, medal ceremony, the women's masters quad scull. In third place from Des Moines, Rowena Stewart. Wendy Roncolato. Jodie Pananopoulos. And Marcella Cox. In second place, also from Des Moines, Yasmin Finnegan. Sky Smith. Esther Tucker, and Colleen Chapman. And the winners of the gold medal from Endeavour, Lindy Nisbet, Natalie Williamson, Rosalie Furness, and Diane McShane. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's Masters Quad Sculpt Endeavour. And as we turn our attention again to the racing, we've got the men's under 21 Cox Quad 4 now. And it looks like only 2 clubs in this, but there's 2 boats from Cranbrook on the far side. Cranbrook Trues, stroked by Felix Amez Angelucci, and in the middle, Cranbrook's boat stroked by George Perkins. Both these boats are a long way ahead of their fellow racers from Newcastle Grammar. So bragging rights are going to go to certainly the boat from Cranbrook, this time stroked by George Perkins. So Cranbrook 1 take gold medal there. Cranbrook True, Felix Amez Angelucci, James Mills, Callum Dunn, Jack Stone, Cox by Tom Gloucester take silver. And in third place, Newcastle Grammar's Logan Harmon, Lewis Lyons, Mitchell Chung, and Gabriel Leishman. Cox by Heidi McKenzie take bronze. In the next race, race 40, this is the women's open pair. 3 boats in this race. On the far side from UTS, Garner and Fuller. In the middle, we've got UNSW, Stanwicks and Ristic. And from UTS, nearest to us, Grace Burke and Leela Anderton. At the moment, everybody got off well. Looks like the boat from UTS, stroked by Grace Burke, to just have their nose in front of Stanwick and Ristic from UNSW. But this being a pairs race, anything can really happen here. These boats decelerate and accelerate very quickly. And even the slightest of mistakes can cause quite a dramatic upset to both speed and balance of the boat. But as they're looking at the moment, Grace Burke, Leela Anderton look to have their noses in front. University of New South Wales just dropped off a bit there. And have allowed the other boat from UTS to come through, but it's going to be very close between these 2 UTS boats by the looks of things. There's been a hard push there from the boat on the far side by Garner and Fuller. And certainly the boat on the far side are pushing hard. They're going to give Burke and Anderton definitely a run for the money, for the line. Bit of a higher rating here from the boat on the far side from UTS. And there we just have a bit of a response there from Burke and Anderton. As they realise the threat of the hard-charging boat on the far side. But as they come through to the line, it's Grace Burke, Lila Anderton take the win from their colleagues Garner and Fuller, who take silver. Good showing there from Stanwick and Ristic from UNSW to finish in bronze medal position. Okay, race 37, Merit Medal Award Ceremony for Men's Masters Double Scull Division 2. A closely fought race. In third place from Mossman, John Hardy and Philip Titterton. In silver medal position, also from Mossman, John Struick and John May. And the gold medal winners from Glebe, Mark Chidgen and Keith Major. Please join me in celebrating the winners of the Men's Masters Double Scull Division 2, Glebe Rowing Club. We'll turn our attention quickly to the racing in the single. It's the men's open single scull final. Results of the heats earlier on in the day. It looks like at the moment it's Peter Waldesy from UTS. He's got his nose in front of his partner from UTS, Michael Kaponis, also. As they're winding up for the finish. 4 boats in here from UTS. So it looks like Peter Waldesy takes gold medal position there from his compatriot. Jack Henderson there from UTS in lane 5. The UTS take all of the medals there. Jack Henderson in second. In third place, Mitchell Kaponis. In fourth place, Liam Taylor from Penrith. In fifth place, from Nepean, Jason Waddell. From UTS, Mathis Ferreira. In seventh place, University of New South Wales, Zach Partridge. And in eighth place, from Lake Macquarie, Luke Walker. So, clean sweep there for UTS. Pete Waldesy in first. So just to confirm that, race 41, men's opal single scull. Clean sweep there for UTS. Peter Waldesy, gold medal. Jack Henderson in silver. And Mitchell Kaponis, if you can come to the pontoon, please, gentlemen. Thank you. Just lining up on the start line now is the women's under-16 double scull. A couple of scratches here, one from Askham, and looks like the Nepean boat as well as also scratch. So only 4 boats in this. Corowa, stroked by Evangeline Broad, who's on the far side in lane 3. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Gratma, Samantha Chadwick and Sienna McKenzie. In lane 6 from Sydney, Isabel Yardley and Amelia de Villas. And in lane 6 from Leichhardt, Sinead Hickey and Emma O'Brien. And off they go. Oh, there is a real problem there for the boat from Hunter Valley by the looks of things off the start. And we'll quickly award the medals for race 39, the men's under 21 Cox 4 between Cranbrook and Newcastle Grammar. In third place from Newcastle Grammar, Logan Harmon. Louise Lyons. Mitchell Chung. And Gabrielle Leishman. Coxed by Heidi McKenzie. In silver medal position from Cranbrook, Felix Semez Angelucci. James Mills. Callum Dunn. Jack Stone. And coxed by Tom Gloucester. And in gold medal position from Cranbrook also, George Perkins, Oliver Klein, Alex Murdoch, Benjamin Tish Bostock, and coxed by Edward Walker. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's under 21 Cox 4 Cranbrook School. And as we go just there to the final, and the finishing, Isabel Yardley and Amelia Villas from Sydney take the win there. Over the boat from Corowa, Evangeline Broad and Summers Hogan. In lane 6, Leichhardt, Hickey and O'Brien finish in bronze. And Hunter Valley's Chadwick and Sienna Miller. Samantha Chadwick and Sienna McKenzie couldn't quite recover from that start there and finish fourth. And just off is race 43. It's heat 2 of the women's under 16 double sculp. First 4 to progress in this race, same as before. On the far side, we have Nepean's Boys and Young. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley, we've got Sutherland and Barrett. From Glebe, we've got Hartley and Clifton. And from Leichhardt, we've got Conray and Bennett. Nearest to us from Newcastle Grammar in lane 7 is Boyle and Mackenzie. So only one boat will go through. One boat will be eliminated here. First 4 go through to the final. Pretty clear from this position that the Hunter Valley Grammar boat has been dropped well behind. May have a problem there. But the boats are still admirably racing to the finish. On the far side, it's the boat from Nepean, Emily Boys, Vitty Young. Seem to have their noses out in front. Leichhardt's Grace Connery and Lily Bennett in lane 6. And going to be very close for this 3rd and 4th between Newcastle Grammar and Glebe. Very close indeed. Like Newcastle Grammar have just got it in third and Glebe in fourth. Obviously, all these 4 boats going through to the final. Some way behind is boat 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Sutherland and Barrett, who will be eliminated. Okay, the medal pontoon once again. This is the ceremony for the women's open pair. In third place from University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwyck and Anna Ristic. That could be actually Holly Garner and Annabelle Fuller from UTS. In first place, gold medal position from UTS, so also Grace Burke and Lila Anderton. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the women's open pair, UTS, Grace Burke and Lila Anderton. Another medal ceremony for the men's open single scull. There's a clean sweep from UTS. In third place, Mitchell Kaponis. In second place, Jack Henderson. And winner, gold medal position in the men's open single scull, Peter Waldersey. Please congratulate me. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the men's open single scull, Peter Waldersey from UTS. I believe that is the culmination of this morning's session. We've got all the finals to look forward to in the afternoon, as the wind will pick up slightly. The chop on the lake will be a bit more than it has been this morning, but I hope you enjoy the finals which are coming this afternoon. Again, will be thick and furious. So enjoy your lunch, grab something to eat, keep it out of the shade, keep it out of the sun, and we'll come back in about half an hour.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, after that morning of exciting racing, we're just about to start the afternoon session. First up is going to be race 44, the women's under 21 single sculls. This is heats, so the first 4 will go through to the final. There are 2 heats in this one, and I can see the scullers just lining up on the start. In lane 2 from Nepean, we have Edie Brown, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Alice McCready. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, Jemima Mackenzie. In lane 6 from UTS, Sarah Barracree, coached by Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti and Kate Healy. And in lane 7 from Manning River, Hannah Smith, coached by Murray Doust. And while we're waiting for them to start, just a huge thanks to the sponsors and volunteers in particular that make this event happen. So the major sponsors are Chartered Accountants and Business Advisors Australia Bentleys. We'd like to thank them for their continued support. V Insurance, the V Insurance Group is proud to be the insurance broker for rowing New South Wales. Contact V Insurance for all your marine hull insurance needs. I think most clubs all insure their boats and private owners through V Insurance. Also the Regatta Shop, Pontoon Sports, Croker Oars, Bont Rowing and Mobius Brand Communications. The live stream partner is Bont Rowing, and they're also the official point score partner. Bont Rowing specialises in rowing shoes, designed by rowers for rowers. Search them online, bontrowing.com. So New South Wales Rowing would like to thank Bont Rowing for their continued support. The accommodation partner is the Quest Apartments in Penrith, and we thank them for their support. Contact Quest directly and quote Rowing New South Wales and they'll offer you special rates. So always makes it easier to stay out here by the course than rushing back and forward from wherever you've come from. There's also the Lakeside Catering Kiosk for spectators and competitors. The Lakeside restaurants also open from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. today for food and refreshments. If you have any substitutions or withdrawals, please lodge them on Rowing Manager electronically, or you can complete the manual forms at the finish tower. So bow numbers, please return bow numbers when no longer needed. Always need to round up the bow numbers. And being a championship regatta, medals are available to first, second and third placed crews on the medal pontoon after each race. So you can either pull in after your race and collect your medals, or wander down if you've already taken your boat round and landed. So for the sprints today, we have 353 athletes, 370 entries, 699 seats, and 27 clubs and schools competing. And the race is off, so it's, remember in lane 1 we have Edie Brown from Nepean, in lane 3 Alice McCready from Newcastle Grammar, in lane 5 Jemima Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar, in lane 6 Sarah Barracree from UTS, and in lane 7 from Manning River Hannah Smith. And it's fantastic, these sprints. All you do is you go out there and you go hard. They possibly hurt harder than any other race, but it does look like the Manning River lady Hannah Smith over this side in lane 7 has taken the lead, but not discounting Edie Brown over on the far side from Nepean, who's rowing very strongly. Alice McCready from Newcastle, well, the 200 grammer girls are fighting it out. Alice McCready and Jemima McKenzie, but it does look like Alice McCready is ahead there. So I think she's setting her up for a third place position. As they get a bit closer, we'll be able to have a better view of whether it's going to be Hannah Smith or Edie Brown over on the far side. Could be a close one. We could be up for another photo finish. And as they're in the last 50 metres or so, it's still very close. I think Hannah Smith is going to take it by about half a boat length. So that's Hannah Smith, Alice McCready, and then Sarah Barracree, I would call. Apologies for my bit of silence there. I need to write all this down so we can do the medal presentations as they come in. Oh, sorry, there won't be any medal presentations. I'm a bit behind the 8 ball there. Of course, this is a heat. So the second heat is coming down the course. This is women's under 21 single. In lane 3 from the far side is from UTS is Amelia Cooper. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Melissa Carpenter. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Ciara Ortolani. In lane 6 from UTS, Ali Waddington. And in lane 7 from Penrith, Madison Joins. And it looks like we can see those. So it's the first 4 of each of these races through to the finals. So there are only 5 in the race, so they all just need to make sure that they don't come last. And I think it's pretty comfortable for both Madison Joins here closest to us from Penrith. Looks like she's probably going to cross the line first. She'll be... I would suggest it's then going to be Amelia Cooper from UTS, then Ciara Ortolani from Leichhardt, and Ali Waddington from UTS. So Melissa Carpenter from Newcastle Grammar won't make it through. And on the line now is the men's under 16 single scull. Again, 2 heats, and it's going to be the first 4 through to the finals. They're underway. Across on the far side from Cranbrook, we have Thomas Harnett. Then in lane 3, Luke Martin from Cranbrook. In lane 4, Mitchell Chung from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 5, Luca Bazina from Nepean. In lane 6, Riley Lee Coxall from Leichhardt. In lane 7, Lucas van der Westhuizen from Leichhardt. In lane 8, Edward Walsh from Hunter Valley Grammar. And in lane 9, Carter Clifton representing Glebe. So this race is a bit more interesting because they all look much closer together and it's only the first 4 through. So they'll all be working to make sure the first 4 are ahead of the remaining 4. And it does look like those positions are quite comfortably sorted. I think the fight is going to be for 4th place. Out in the lead we have Carter Clifton from Glebe. Then it does look like Luca Bazina from Nepean over in lane 5. And across on the far side there, Luke Martin from Cranbrook. Yes, I'd suggest the real fight battle is going to be from lane 5, but look at this Leichhardt man going for it. Lucas van der Heij. No, it's not. It's Riley Lee Coxall. He wants to make sure that he gets into the final. So we have... Oh! Wow. well. He's not going to make it into the final. He just capsized just as he hit the line. So whether the hooter got him or not, I'm not quite sure. That's a very interesting finish there. So it looks like the first 4 through. I'm a bit reluctant to call that. I can see that Carter Clifton and Luca Bazzina got through. Yeah, he fell out just before the line. Very exciting bit of racing there. So it does look like the 3rd place was Luke Martin, and then Mitchell Chung from Newcastle Grammar are the ones that went through. But they, if you're watching the main screen, the technical guys downstairs are just replaying it. Oh no, sorry, that's different. That's the boys lining up for the next race. I thought it was a rewind. So the next race is the second heat of the men's under 16 single scull. Over in lane 1 we have Dylan Lee from Leichhardt. In lane 3 Oliver Williamson from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 4 Angus George from Nepean. In lane 5 Peter Simovac from Leichhardt. In lane 6 Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean. In lane 7 Logan Harmon from Newcastle Grammar. Lane 8 Thomas Henderson from Cranbrook. And in lane 9 Charlie Slack from Glebe. And without any bias, I'm hoping we see the Glebe boys go through to the finals. We've got one so far. So they're not quite up to the start line yet. How are we on time? Yeah, we're still 3 minutes to the official start time. It looks like there was a little bit of a late comer. That'd be one of the boys. So because these finishes can be so close, the starter's working very hard to get everybody in as straight a line as possible. And they're off. Very nice start there by Charlie Slack from Glebe. Closest to the grandstand, and he was also closest to the camera. So it is a little bit confusing. We have lane 2 racing in lane 7, but that's okay. So Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean also got a good start. He looked to be out in front. So Charlie Slack from Glebe has taken a very comfortable lead at this stage, but anything can happen, as we've just seen. When we did see, I think it was Riley Lee Coxall fall out of his boat right on the finish line, just before he crossed over. So if there's a so Charlie Slack from Glebe and Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean have fairly comfortable lead now. It does look like it's going to be Angus George from Nepean, and across on the far side, Dylan Lee from Leichhardt, who are going to be the first 4 through to the final. And yes, those 4 have a clear lead now over the rest of the field, so they'll be confirmed for the final. Very nice bit of sculling there. So that's the men's under 16 single scull. So that'll be Charlie Slack, Ezekiel Pratt, Dylan Lee and Angus George through to the final. And just lining up down at the start line is the men's under 17 single scull. So again, 2 heats. First 4 through to the final. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Gabriel Leishman. In lane 4 from Corowa, Lockie Hogan. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Michael Hui. And in lane 7 from Cranbrook, Lachlan Larson. So there've been a couple of scratchings in this race. So there are only 4 rowers. So I would expect... I'm not quite sure whether all 4 go through to the final or they eliminate 1 just to make it a bit more competitive. Yeah, so they're not quite lined up for the start yet. The official race time is 2 minutes away yet. I think we get used to having long races come down the course back to back, so we do get a little bit of a break to breathe in between these. And the race is underway. And it does look like Lockie Hogan from Corowa has taken the lead. And although we had 2 scratchings, it looks like there's been another one hasn't started. So there are only 3 scullers coming down the course. But they're making each other work. So some great competition going on here. So Lockie Hogan from Corowa in the middle there. I think he's realised he's going to win this and comfortable. He's just dropped his rating. He's going long and hard rather than giving it everything you've got, which you have a tendency to do in these sprint races. Over on the far side, Gabriel Leishman from Newcastle Grammar, looking good. He's just taken it up a couple of points. And nearest to us, Michael Hui from from Leichhardt. Also making sure he's putting in a great effort there. Just taking his rating up a bit. So all those boys should progress through to the final. So Lockie's dropped himself down to about 22 strokes a minute. Just across the line, but he's still crossed in 156.65. The second heat of the men's under 17 single scull over on the far side. In lane 2 we have Louis Lyons from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 3 Hayden Williamson from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 4 Max Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 5 Eric Hogan from Corowa. In lane 6 Callum Dunn from Cranbrook, and in lane 7 Felix Jimenez Angelucci from Cranbrook. And it does look like they're nearly lined up, ready to go. And we have a full field this time, so sometimes it's just the luck of the draw. If you get a lot of scratchings in your heat, it's a cruise through to the final. These boys have to really work it. So the Cranbrook boys closest to us have got off to a very good start alongside Eric Hogan from Corowa. Ooh, I think there's going to be a bit of work to see who gets through to the final on this race. It does look to be Hayden Williamson from Hunter Valley Grammar is giving himself a bit of a lead there, as is, well, we seem to have an extra, maybe one of the boys from the last race who didn't make the start has been put in this race, because we seem to have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 2, 4, 6, 7. Oh no, they've all moved across the lane, which is confusing me. So on the far side there from Hunter Valley Grammar, Hayden Williamson is working very hard against. We have 3 Cranbrook boys, so I'm a little bit confused as to which one's which, but if they're in the order that we have in our program, it would be Callum Dunn that is fighting it out with Hayden Williamson from Hunter Valley Grammar. Hot on their heels is Max Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar. And then the battle's really going to be for 4th place, where I think we may well get a photo finish. No, I think it does look like the Cranbrook boy, whichever one it is, perhaps Felix Hems Angelucci from, he came in 4th, just beating Eric Hogan from Corowa. I think the extra Cranbrook boy would be Lachlan Larson, who may have missed the previous race. Now we move to the men's open double scull. Again, 2 heats. First 4 will go through to the final. And that is about 3 minutes before their start. So race 51 for the men's open double scull, first heat, is pulling up to the start line. Over in lane 2 from the University of New South Wales, we have Jack Clements and Zach Partridge. In lane 3 from UTS, Mitchell Caponis and Jack Henderson. In lane 4 from Cranbrook, James Mills and Jack Stone. In lane 5 from Nepean, Daniel and Jason Waddell. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Flynn Wilkinson and Scott Purvis. So, and there's been a scratching from Drummoyne, so there's 5 boats in the race. The first 4 go through, and just given the calibre of some of the names in this field, it could be some very exciting racing to get to the finish. Or, if they're ahead of the last crew, then they don't really need to work too hard. It does look like there's they're off. It looks like the University of New South Wales of Clements and Partridge may have missed the start. So there are only 4 boats racing, so all should go through to the final. But they're testing each other's mettle, coming down the course in a fairly even line. So it does look like the Cranbrook boys are the ones that are really working hard, James Mills and Jack Stone, to keep up with the other crews, the university crews. Well, and the Weddells aren't necessarily university crews, but they have fantastic credentials. And they do look very good. So Daniel and Jason Waddell there in the blue and white vertical stripes of Nepean, looking very comfortable. On the far side, Mitchell Caponis and Jack Henderson from UTS. Now just starting to cruise. They've dropped their rating, doing long power strokes, getting maximum boat run, as are the Nepean boys. So the Weddells, and over on this side, Flynn Wilkinson and Scott Purvis from the University of New South Wales. I'm not sure if the Cranbrook boys, so that's James Mills and Jack Stone, realise they're most likely going to get through to the final anyway. So the unofficial time of 1:47. I'd expect to see doubles go a bit faster than that, but we wait and see. And coming up to the start line is the second heat of the men's open double scull. There's been a scratching from Newcastle Uni. So in lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, we have Harry O'Donnell and Yuri Takahara. In lane 4 from UTS, Matthias Ferrier, Peter Waldersey. In lane 5 from Cranbrook, Jasper Dawson-Damer and Will Wright. In lane 6 from Drummoyne, Alistair Simons and Jack Park. And in lane 7 from Lake Macquarie, Luke Walker and Beau Fleming. And they're underway now. And they all look to be fairly close together. So this one is a heat. And again, the first 4 through. So whoever's coming towards the end of the pack are the ones who are going to be working the hardest. But out there, the UTS boys are really making sure they're putting everything into it. Matthias Ferrier and Peter Waldersey, much higher rating than the rest of the field. Just doing a dress rehearsal for the final would be my guess. looking very nice. They're going to be followed across the line by Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright, who we also see rowing at Glebe. And coming in third place will be Luke Walker and Beau Fleming from Lake Macquarie. In fourth will be Alistair Simons and Jack Park from Drummoyne. So those are the first four through to the final. And then the ones that didn't make it, Harry O'Donnell and Yuri Tukahana from the University of New South Wales. And now we have a final race coming up. This is the women's under 16 double scull. Over in lane 1 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Samantha Chadwick. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Molly Boyle. In lane 3 from Corowa and Evangeline Broad. In lane 4 from Nepean, Emily Boys. In lane 5 from Sydney, Isabel Yardley. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Grace Conry. In lane 7 from Leichhardt, Sinead Hickey. And in lane 8 from Glebe, Poppy Hartley. Oh, sorry, this is double sculls. So I've only read out one of each name, probably the Bouth person. So Hunter Valley Grammar's Samantha Chadwick and Sienna McKenzie. Newcastle Grammar's Molly Boyle and Annabelle McKenzie. Corowa is Evangelina Broad and Summers Hogan. Nepean is Emily Boys and Vitty Young. Sydney is Isabel Yardley and Amelia de Villiers. Leichhardt 1 crew in lane 6 is Grace Conry and Lily Bennett. The Leichhardt 2 crew is Sinead Hickey and Emma O'Brien, and the Glebe crew is Poppy Hartley and Kelly Clifton, closest to the grandstand. And this looks like we're in for a very exciting final. It's looking close with these 500 metre races. It's very hard to pick which one's going to be a winner until they get pretty close to the start line. But it does look to me like Sydney crew out there of Isabel Yardley and Amelia de Villiers have taken a fairly comfortable lead. Don't know if I'm brave enough to call it for second place, but I think it's going to be between Emily Boys and Vitty Young from Nepean, and across the other side Samantha Chadwick and Sienna McKenzie from Hunter Valley Grammar. The Leichhardt crew of Sinead Hickey and Emma O'Brien could also be in the mix there, but look, coming through out there is the Corowa crew of Evangelina Broad and Summers Hogan. So it does going to be the Sydney crew of Isabel Yardley and Amelia de Villiers will take this race. And I think it's going to be a photo for finish, but I would call it on the Sydney girls, then followed across by Hunter Valley Grammar. So I've confused Sydney and Nepean there. I think so. It was Sydney, Isabel Yardley and Amelia de Villiers, Nepean, Emily Boys and Vitty Young, and Hunter Valley Grammar, Samantha Chadwick and Sienna McKenzie. Very close racing there. 0.33 of a second between second and third. And we have a couple of minutes now until the next race, which will be the women's under 17 double scull. And this is also a final. Across on the far side, we have Adelaide Babbage Hockey and Kitty Zuzak from Askham. In lane 2, Avery Bramble and Julia Ungemark from UTS. In lane 3, Anastasia McFarlane and Adelaide Robb from Corowa. In lane 4, Zoe Wiesner and Elisa Hotz from Penrith. In lane 6, Sabrina Koskar and Portia Koskar from Askham. In lane 7, Matilda Percival and Amelia Dennis from Hunter Valley Grammar. And in lane 8, Annabella Thornton and Zoe Armstrong from Hunter Valley Grammar. And the race is underway. And as you'd expect from a final like this, they look very close as they're about 100 metres out from the start. Sabrina and Portia Koskar from Askham do look like they have taken a lead. And then closest to us, Annabella Thornton and Zoe Armstrong from Hunter Valley Grammar, pretty hot on their tail. And I would pick across on the other side Anastasia McFarlane and Adelaide Robb from Corowa, possibly coming in third. But on the far side, also Adelaide Babbage Hockey and Kitty Zuzak from Askham are working very hard to try and get in the medal position. Can the Coral Girls hold them off? Yes, I think Corowa is, so Anastasia McFarlane and Adelaide Robb are going to be the bronze medal winners ahead of Adelaide Babbage Hockey and Kitty Zuzak. But now the battle is on for the win. It's Annabella Thornton and Zoe Armstrong from Hunter Valley Grammar have taken the lead, and it could be a photo for the second place. No, so it all changed a bit. So the winners were Annabella Thornton and Zoe Armstrong. Then second place was Anastasia McFarlane and Adelaide Robb. And third place was the Koskars, Sabrina and Portia Koskar. That's how I call it. And that's the official finish time, and very fast, 1:53.82. Yep. Yep. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a medal presentation for race 52, the women's under 16 double scull. In third place, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Samantha Chadwick and Sienna McKenzie. The silver medal goes to Emily Boys and Vitty Young, representing Nepean. And the gold medal winners, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Yardley and Amelia de Villiers. Congratulations to our medal winners. So the crews that are just lining up on the start line. And now the Women's Masters Coxless 4. So this is a handicapped race. There are 4 crews from North Shore: Rebecca Hourigan, Samantha Judges, Rachel Lash and Nicola Kennedy, and they'll be going off 4 seconds as they're Masters C. From Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart, Ann Potter, Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox, and they'll be going off 2 seconds as a D crew. From North Shore, Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, who will also go off 2 seconds, as they're also a D crew. And from Drummoyne, Esther Tucker, Yasmin Finnegan, Sky Smith and Colleen Chapman, who are an E crew and will go off go. Just to remind everybody, please return your bow numbers. We always tend to forget, take them off our boat, drop them, have a chat, tell everybody about what we did and didn't do during the race and what we really should have done, how we should have gone, but please pick up those bow numbers straight away and return them. Thank you. And the race is underway. So always interesting with Masters races when we have handicaps, particularly over such a short distance. So it's expected that if the crew is of equal ability, but they're different age ranges, then by the time they hit the finish line, they should cross the line together. So the handicaps are usually very fair. And it does look to be the North Shore crew over the far side of Rebecca Hourigan, Samantha Judges, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy. They're coached by Kim Rudder, and they were off a 4-second handicap, but it looks like they are making their way through the rest of the field. Be interesting to see if they can hold that and bring themselves into the lead by the time they hit the finish. And the crew, the other North Shore crew of Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell are also holding off the rest of the field. So the Drummoyne crew of Rowena Student, Ann Potter, Jodie Panagopoulos, Marcella Cox. And it does look like coming up the rear is Esther Tucker, Yasmin Finnegan, Sky Smith and Colleen Chapman from Drummoyne. So the 4-second handicap, the North Shore ladies have certainly made that up, but they're now battling it out with their other compatriots, and I don't think they're going to make it. I think the older ladies, so that's the D crew of Helen Byrne and Catherine Boland, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, have taken out their compatriots ahead of the second North Shore crew, and the crew from Drummoyne of Rowena Stewart, Ann Potter, Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox take out the 3rd position. And now we're going to a medal presentation. So this is for race 53, the women's under 17 double scull. For the bronze medals, representing Askham, Sabrina Koskar and Portia Koskar. They were coached by Alexandra Butt, Mariel Caponis, and Mitchell Caponis. For the silver medals, representing Corowa, thank you for coming all the way, Anastasia McFarlane and Adelaide Robb. They're coached by Wesley Canny. And the gold medal winners, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Annabella Thornton and Zoe Armstrong. Congratulations to our medal winners. Just down at the start line, we have the men's masters pair. It's a full field. It is a final. In lane 1, from the University of New South Wales, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. They're going off 25 seconds. In lane 2, from the University of New South Wales, Nicholas and George Lazarou. They're off 25 seconds. In lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe off 23 seconds. In lane 4 from North Shore, Simon Van Ryswick and Nick Johnston off 21 seconds. In lane 5 from North Shore, Richard Lawson and Alistair Smith, they're off 19 seconds. In lane 6 from North Shore, Eric Lusk and Chris Walsh off 16 seconds. And then from Mossman, John Struick and John May from Mossman off go. And the other crew off Mossman is John Hardy and Phil Titterton in lane 8. So you can see the older gentlemen over this side in lane 7 and 8 had the advantage. They're both I crews. So they are both, at their average age in that boat, I think for I is 75 to 80. But they are working hard, and it does look like John Struick and John May from Mossman are going to hold the rest of the field off. They're going very strong. They've got quite a fast stroke rate. My guess is they may have been rowing together in a pair for years, so a lot of skill here. So the North Shore crew of Eric Lusk and Chris Walsh is coming through, so they were off a 16-second handicap. And over on the far side there, Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe have also come through. They were off a 23-second handicap. So as they come to the finish line, it's going to be John Struick and John May. They're followed closely by Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe, and then Eric Luck and Chris Walsh from North Shore. Very exciting race. And we have another medal presentation down on the pontoon. Sorry, what was that? Yeah. Okay, we'll go again. So the Women's Masters Coxless 4 representing North Shore, Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Peggy McBride, and Nikki Blackwell. And they were coached by Kim Rudder. Congratulations to our North Shore crew. Now coming down the course we have a para-coxed 4. So this is para 3 and they're from the Community Rowing Club. And they don't have any competition, but I can see they're really putting in a lot of effort there. It's James Johnson, Stephen Lawler, Bronte Marshall, and Lauren Webber. And Anne Craig is coxing them, and they're coached by Anne Craig and Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. Please give them a really good cheer as they come down the course. So a great race there by the Community Rowing Club crew, putting everything into it, even though they have no one racing against them, they're making sure they give it a red hot go. And fantastic bit of rowing there from our para crew of James Johnson, Stephen Lawler, Bronte Marshall and Lauren Webber. That's okay. So on the start line now, just like coming up to the start line, is Women's Under 21 Single Scull Final. Across in lane 1, we have Alice McCready from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 2 from Leichhardt, Ciara Ortolani. In lane 3 from Nepean, Edie Brown. In lane 4 from Penrith, Madison Joins. In lane 5 from Manning River, Hannah Smith. In lane 6 from UTS, Amelia Cooper. In lane 7 from UTS, Sarah Beracree. And in lane 8 from UTS, Ali Waddington. And I think we're going to a medal presentation. And now for a medal presentation representing, so for the men's masters pair, representing North Shore, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. Representing the University of New South Wales, Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe for the silver medal. And the gold medal goes to John Struick and John May from Mossman. Congratulations to our medal winners. And roaring down the course now we have the Women's Under 21 Single Scull Final, and they look to be very close together. It's going to be a very exciting finish. It does look like the Amelia Cooper from UTS has a lead over the rest of the field, but I'm reluctant to call it as you never know what sort of surge as they come up to the last 100 metres that the rest of them will do. In these sprints, it's it's basically go for it. But it does look like it's going to be Amelia Cooper. And I would guess that we'll see Madison Joins battling it out with Hannah Smith for second and third place. So that's Amelia Cooper from UTS, comfortably crossing ahead of Hannah Smith from Manning River, and she's followed across by Madison Joins from Penrith. Some great racing there. Okay. So the unofficial time was 2 minutes 1.87. And up on the start line we have the men's under 21 double scull. Across in lane, and this is also a final. So across in lane 1 from UTS is James Scott Brown and Zinc Bosco. In lane 2 from Cranbrook, George Perkins and Oliver Klein. In lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, Fraser Wilson and Jack Kaplan. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Will Stedman and Hudson Walker. In lane 5 from Cranbrook, Alexander Murdoch and Benjamin Tish Bostock. In lane 6 from Drummoyne, David Doust and Mackenzie Shepherd. In lane 7 from Cranbrook, James Mills and Jack Stone. And in lane 8 from Cranbrook, Jasper Dawson Damer and William Wright. So actually we have a few minutes until the official start time, but they do look to be lined off. They might set them off early. Oh no, they're still tapping. They've just got a nice line across the field as they're tapping up to the start line. So we'll now do a medal presentation for our fantastic rowers from the Community Rowing Club in the mixed para coxed 4. So the gold medal goes to James Johnson. Stephen Lawler. Bronte Marshall. Lauren Webber. And they were coxed by Anne Craig, who is also one of the coaches, along with Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. Congratulations to our Community Rowing Club Para Coxed 4. So I think we're going to see a great race with the men's under 21 double scull just tapping up to the start line now. Perfect rowing conditions this afternoon. The flags are absolutely not moving. And we're ready for our medal presentation for the women's under 21 single scull. Representing Penrith in the bronze medal position, Madison Joins. She was coached by Lindsay Callahan. Representing Manning River, Hannah Smith, coached by Murray Doust. And representing UTS, Amelia Cooper, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti and Katie Healy. Congratulations to our medal winners. So the men's under 21 double scull is underway. Across on the far side, we have James Scott Brown, Zinc Bosco from UTS. In lane 2, George Perkins and Ollie Klein from Cranbrook. In lane 3, Fraser Wilson and Jack Camplin from the University of New South Wales. In lane 4, Will Stedman and Hudson Walker from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 5, Alexander Murdoch, Benjamin Tish Bostock from Cranbrook. In lane 6, David Doust, Mackenzie Shepherd from Drummoyne. In lane 7, James Mills and Jack Stone from Cranbrook. And in lane 8, Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright from Cranbrook, who look to me at the moment like they've taken a bit of a handy lead. So it does look like Dawson-Damer and William Wright, who are also known to row out of glebe, and you may see their blades are in glebe colours. And across on the far side, James Scott Brown, also another compatriot from the who's rowed out of glebe, ex-Cranbrook, representing UTS. They're pushing hard, but they're also fighting hard with James Mills and Jack Stone here in lane 7. But I think the UTS boys over on the far side, it could be a photo finish, could be close. But no, the UTS boys have so that's Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright in first position. They were followed across by James Scott Brown and Zinc Bosco from UTS. And in third place, James Mills and Jack Stone from Cranbrook. So all these boys, the winning time was 1:38.5. I think all the boys in this race also row out of glebe. They're all Cranbrook boys. So great kudos to both Cranbrook and glebe. So that was the men's under 21 double scull. So it's still about 3 or 4 minutes to the next race, which is going to be the Women's Open Quad Scull. And here we have 4 crews representing Newcastle University: Darcy Anderson, Verity Harcombe, Elizabeth Johnson and Emily Harcombe on the far side in lane 3. Representing Drummoyne, Izzy Hooton, Rebecca Giles, Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt and Charlotte Huntley. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks, Sophia Champion, Samantha Backler and Heather Cox. And in lane 6, closest to the grandstand, Charlotte Olgers, Louisa Stocks, Gemma Sibyllin and Alexandra Quinn from UTS. And racing is underway. So this is the Women's Open Quad Scull. I expect we'll see some great competition here. The whole field, it's very hard to call any positions at this stage. The whole field does look to be fairly close together. A good straight line as they come down the course. They've just crossed the 500 metre mark. Okay, and coming down the course, the Women's Open Quad Scull, the UTS crew of Charlotte Olgers, Louisa Stocks, Gemma Sibyllin and Alexandra Quinn does look to have taken a nice comfortable lead. Over on the far side, they look to be followed by Newcastle Uni, Darcy Anderson, Verity Harkham, Elizabeth Johnston and Emily Harkham. And it does look like the third place position is going to be taken by the Drummoyne crew of Izzy Hooton, Rebecca Giles, Alessandra McCuskey-Voigt and Charlotte Huntley. And can the Drummoyne crew hold off the University of New South Wales? It's going to be a close one. There's only half a length in it. Uni New South Wales just gaining ever so slightly, but no, they didn't quite make it. So that was the UTS crew in first position, the Newcastle Uni crew in second position and Drummoyne in third. And now we'll go to a medal presentation for the men's under 21 double scull. For the bronze medal, representing Cranbrook, James Mills and Jack Stone. They're coached by Adrian Henning and Sam Carroll. For the silver medal, James Scott Brown and Zinc Bosco. They're coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti. And for the gold medals, Jasper Dawson Damer and William Wright, representing Cranbrook, coached by Adrian Henning and Sam Carroll. Congratulations to our under 21 double scull winners. And roaring down the course here, we have the men's open coxless 4. So there are two crews from the University of New South Wales. On the far side is Scott Purvis and Thomas Gates, Jack Sargent and Jack Clements. And from Drummoyne, closest to us, Alistair Simons, Jack Park, Joe Bennett and Lucy and John. So when there's only two crews in the race, usually there's only one medal awarded. And it does look like the University of New South Wales crew of Scott Purvis, Thomas Gates, Jack Sargent and Jack Clements. They're coached by Cameron Butler. They've taken a handy lead. They're making sure they hold that lead. They've just taken up their strike rate as they come into the last 150 metres. So they've got a very handy lead over the Drummoyne crew, probably about 3 boat lengths. So that's the winning crew is the University of New South Wales, Scott Purvis, Thomas Gates, Jack Sargent and Jack Clements. They're coached by Cameron Butler and followed across the line by Alistair Simmons, Jack Park, Joe Bennett and Lucy and John, coached by Sarah Ellis. That was the men's open coxless 4. Sorry, could you repeat that? Okay. So you found it or lost it? Found it. Okay. So the Samantha Jane Shepherd, your ID has been found. if you'd like to come to the tower, I think, and you'll be able to collect that. So there's actually about a 10-minute break before the next race, which will be the women's under-16 coxed quad and the women's under-17 coxed quad. There will be 2 under-16 crews and 5 under-17 crews. We'll run through them when closer to the race start time. And we're ready for another medal presentation. This is for the Women's Open Quad Scull. The bronze medalists, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Izzy Hooton, Rebecca Giles, Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt, and Charlotte Huntley. They were coached by Sarah Ellis. In silver medal position, from representing Newcastle University, Darcy Anderson, Verity Harkham, Elizabeth Johnston, and Emily Harkham. And the gold medalists for the Women's Open Quad, representing UTS, Charlotte Olgers, Louisa Stocks, Gemma Sibilin, and Alexandra Quinn. They're coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti and Katie Healy. Congratulations to all our medal winners. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have another medal presentation for the Men's Open Coxless 4. The gold medalists representing the University of New South Wales, Scott Purvis, Thomas Gates, Jack Sargent, Jack Clements, and they were coached by Cameron Butler. Congratulations to the University of New South Wales crew, the winners of the Men's Open Coxless 4. So tapping up to the start line is race 61, which is the women's under 16 quads, Cox quad, and the women's under 17 Cox quad. So 2 races in the one race. From Hunter Valley Grammar on the far side in lane 2 is Eliza Barrett, Lucy Sutherland, Matilda Percival and Samantha Chadwick, coxed by Angus Purdy. And from Leichhardt in lane 3, Emma O'Brien, Sinead Hickey, Grace Connery and Lily Bennett, and they're coxed by Sebastian Kladnig, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Those 2 crews are under 16. The rest of the field are under 17. So in lane 4 from Sydney, Charlotte Oitmar, Isabel Yardley, Amelia de Villiers, Grace Bennett, and they're coxed by Matilda Marconis and coached by Brendan Longman. In lane 5, from Hunter Valley Grammar, Annabella Thornton, Amelia Dennis, Sienna McKenzie, Zoe Armstrong, coxed by William Hunt. In lane 6, from Corowa, Evangeline Broad, Summers Hogan, Anastasia McFarlane and Adelaide Robb, coxed by Sienna McFarlane and coached by Wesley Canny. And in lane 7, from Askham, Kitty Zuzak, Portia Koskar, Kitty Elias and Sabrina Koskar. They're coxed by Adelaide Babbage Hockey and coached by Alexandra Butt, Mitchell Caponis and Marielle Caponis. And the Penrith crew that was to be in lane 8 has scratched. So they're just tapping up to the start line. It's still a few minutes to the official start line, so whether they'll start early or the starter will hold them until time. This is a championship regatta, so everything is a little more official than some of our other regattas. And they're off. So they're underway. It does look like the crew closest to the grandstand, Kitty Zuzak and the Koskars and Kitty Elias from Askham have taken a handy lead off the start, but anything can happen in these 500 metre races. It does look like it's very close together. So the 4 crews on this side, as you'd expect, the under 17 girls. It's very hard to pick who could win this one. It's going to be a very close race if they keep their pace. All looking very tidy. With the under 16 girls, Emma O'Brien, Sinead Hickey, Grace Connery and Lily Bennett from Leichhardt have a clear lead over the Hunter Valley girls right over on the far side. So as they're coming into the last probably 150 metres, it does look to be the Sydney crew of Charlotte Oitmar, Isabel Yardley, Amelia de Villiers and Grace Bennett, who have pulled ahead of the Corowa crew of Evangeline Broad, Summers Hogan, Anastasia Stacey McFarlane and Adelaide Robb. And it does look like they're going to be followed across the line in third place by the Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Annabella Thornton, Amelia Dennis, Sienna McKenzie and Zoe Armstrong. And a very nice win there from the Sydney girls as they cross the crew in first place. They're followed across by the Cora crew and then Hunter Valley Grammar. In fourth place was the Askham crew, fifth place the Leichhardt crew. Well, the fifth is actually the first of the under 16. So the first four crews across the line were under 17. The next two crews were the under 16s, and they've just been followed across the line by the under 16 Hunter Valley Grammar crew. Now coming up, lining up down on the start line is the men's under 16 single scull. This will be a very exciting race. Across on the far side from Newcastle Grammar we have Mitchell Chung. In lane 2 from Nepean, Angus George, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 3 from Glebe, Carter Clifton. In lane 4 from Glebe, Charlie Slack. In lane 5 from Nepean, Luca Bazina, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 6 from Nepean, Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 7 from Cranbrook, Luke Martin. And in lane 8 from Leichhardt, Dylan Lee. And they're off. Sorry to do what?
From race 61, there's two presentations because there's two grades.
So the girls in the under 16 and under 17, there's two presentations because there were two races in one. So that's the Corowa, Hunter Valley, Sydney crew and the Leichhardt crew can all come in for the medal presentations. But roaring down the course, these boys have started to spread out. He got off to a great start, Luke Martin from Cranbrook, over in lane 7. But out in the middle there, I think it is Charlie Slack from Glebe. Is possibly going to come, yes, I think he's looking very good, very controlled, a nice comfortable stroke rate he's got there. Behind him is Luca Bazina from Nepean. So I suspect Luke Martin may have overcooked himself at the start there. It's going to be a real race here for third place, second and third between Luca Bazzini and Carter Clifton from Glebe. So it could even be a photo finish. So Charlie Slack has just taken out the lead by a couple of boat lengths. And then, yes, Carter Clifton just pipped Luca Bazzini across the line. Fantastic bit of racing there from these young men. So that was Charlie Slack from Glebe, Carter Clifton from Glebe. Glebe 1-2, we like that. Great to see Glebe doing so well. And Luca Bazzina from Nepean in third position. It looks like we're just waiting on a photo just to confirm what I've called, but yes. So Carter Clifton beat Luca Bazzina by 0.22 of a second. Luke Martin came in fourth place, in Angus George, Mitchell Chung and Ezekiel Pratt. The winning time, 1:47.84. So we just have the women's under 16 and women's under 17 coxed quads coming in for medal presentations. But down the course, coming up to the start line, and still about 5 minutes from start time, will be the men's under 17 single scull final, which also will be a very exciting race. Okay, we're ready for a medal presentation for the women's under 17 coxed quad. Representing for the bronze medal, Hunter Valley Grammar, Annabella Thornton. Amelia Dennis. Sienna McKenzie. Zoe Armstrong, and they were coxed by William Hunt. The silver medalists from Corowa, Evangeline Broad, Summers Hogan, Anastasia McFarlane, Adelaide Robb, and they were coxed by Sienna McFarlane and coached by Wesley Canny. And the gold medalists representing Sydney Rowing Club, Charlotte Oitma, Isabel Yardley, Amelia de Villiers, Grace Bennett, coxed by Matilda Marconis and coached by Brendan Longman. Congratulations to the medal winners for the women's under 17 coxed quad. And we'll just wait for the second half of those presentations as the next race comes down the course. So in the far side, this is the men's under 17 single scull. They might get here before I've finished running through the crews. And far side from Leichhardt, Michael Hui. And in lane 3 from Cranbrook, Callum Dunn. In lane 4 from Corowa, Lockie Hogan. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Hayden Williamson. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Gabriel Leishman. In lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Max Blatchley, and in lane 8 from Cranbrook, Felix Hems Angelucci. And it does look to me like the competition here is from Max Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar, and out there in the bright red, Lockie Hogan from Corowa, but as we know, they're about 300 metres out. And it does look like the competition is really going to be between first and second place and second and third. Where across the far side we have Callum Dunn fighting it out with Hayden Williamson. And it does look like Max Blatchley may have dropped back, or the others have accelerated. So yes, it does seem to be Callum Dunn and Hayden Williamson have really taken off. No, Max Blatchley has done a comeback. So across the line, it's going to be a photo for a second. I would call it for Max Blatchley, but we wait for the official results. So that was Lockie Hogan from Corowa in winning place. Max Blatchley, I think, in second and Hayden Williamson in third. Just waiting to see the official, well, it'll be a little time. We're just getting a slight replay there. From what I can see on the screen, I would almost call it a draw. But no, the officials have given it to, as I called it, to Hayden Williamson as second place getter, and third place to Max Blatchley by 0.28 of a second. The winning time, 1:47.11. Very exciting race. And to finish off the medal presentations, we'll run through the women's under 16 Cox Quad. So the silver medalists representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Eliza Barrett, Lucy Sutherland, Matilda Percival, Samantha Chadwick, coxed by Angus Purdy. And the gold medalists representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Emma O'Brien, Sinead Hickey, Grace Conry, Lily Bennett, coxed by Sebastian Kladnig and coached by Isaac Shepherd. Congratulations to our women's under 16 Coxed Quad medal winners. And roaring down the course now, we have the women's masters double scull. These are in divisions, and we have 3 divisions of the women's masters double scull. So across in lane 2 from University of New South Wales, Lisa Matthews and Stephanie Hart. In lane 4 from Newcastle Uni, Jules Bosco and Teresa Chadwick. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Jane Hutchison and Belinda Brigham. In lane 7 from Endeavour, Sarah Barnes and Natalie Williamson. And in lane 8 from Leichhardt, Anna Paula Guimarães and Carolina Kosier. And it does look to me like the crew out there from Newcastle Uni of Jules Bosco. No, I've called that incorrectly. It's actually Kathleen Hickstall and Marcella Cox from Drummoyne are fighting it out with their compatriots from across the bay, from Leichhardt, Anna Paula Guimarães and Carolina Kosier. Not discounting the ladies over on the far side from the University of New South Wales, Lisa Matthews and Stephanie Hart. So the real battle is going to be here for the 3rd position, and they'll be battling it out with Jane Hutchison and Belinda Brigham. But roaring up across the finish line is Kathleen Hickstall and Marcella Cox from Drummoyne. We're going to have it could be a photo finish, but I would call that for the Leichhardt crew here of Anna Paula Guimarães and Carolina Kosier. And they were followed across by Lisa Matthews and Stephanie Hart from the University of New South Wales. A photo could prove me wrong, but no, I've called that, let's wait and see. So just waiting for those official times to come through. And yes, so that was, I think, just bear. So third was they've got it into different to what I called it, so it was so close. So the Drummoyne crew clearly won it, and they were followed across the line actually by the Leichhardt crew, yes, as I called it, and then the University of New South Wales crew. So we'll just go down to the medal presentation for the men's under 16 single scull. The bronze medal to Luca Bazzina, representing Nepean Rowing Club. Silver medal to Carter Clifton from Glebe Rowing Club. And the gold medalist was Charlie Slack from Glebe Rowing Club. Congratulations to our medal winners. And roaring down the course, we have the second division of the Women's Masters double scull. Over on the far side from North Shore is Ruth Gibson and Zita Briones, who went off 2-second handicap. In lane 3 from Drummoyne, Yasmin Finnegan and Esther Tucker, also off a 2-second handicap. In lane 4 from Newcastle, Sally Watson and Catherine Dadd, also off a 2-second handicap. From Corowa, in lane 6, Susan Scott and Julie Underwood, also off a 2-second handicap. In lane 7 from Abbotsford, Yvonne Konchek and Petra McCaskill off go, and in lane 8 from Endeavour, Rosalie Furness and Diane McShane off go. So the two crews that went off go are E crews, and the 2 crews that went off 2 seconds handicap are D crews. So D is 50 to 55 age group, E is 55 to 60 age group. And it does look like it's going to be a very close race between the Cora crew out there in lane 6, the Endeavour crew closest to the grandstand, and over on the far side, the North Shore crew, who it looks to me like they are pulling away, of Ruth Gibson and Zita Briones. And some very close racing here. Coro aren't going to let them take it easy, nor are Endeavour. A very close finish that's happening here, but the Endeavour crew has pulled through, and although it's probably going to be a photo for finish, I would call it for the Corowa crew, and followed by the North Shore. So winning time there of 2 minutes 2:03.72, and only a margin of 0.37 between the Corowa and North Shore crews. And now we're ready for yet another medal presentation. So this is for the men's under 17 single scull. Bronze medalist, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Max Blatchley. Silver medalist, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Hayden Williamson. And the gold medalist, all the way from Corowa, Lockie Hogan. He's coached by Wesley Canny. Congratulations to our medalists for the men's under 17 single scull. And up at the start line, they're just tapping up to the start, but is the third division of the Women's Masters double scull. Again, we have a mixed bag here in terms of ages. So off 13 seconds is the Drummoyne crew of Rowena Stewart and Anne Potter, and the Drummoyne crew of Bridget Austin and Colleen Chapman. They're in lanes 2 and 4, and Endeavour crew has scratched. Then off 10 seconds from Lake Macquarie is Marie Brown and Louise Termine, along with from North Shore, Karen Samet and Catherine Sainty, and from Abbotsford, Suzanne Jones and Rosemary Hancock. Then off go from Mossman is Anne Taylor and Margaret Small. So the Mossman crew is an H crew, that's average age 70 to 75. The Lake Macquarie, North Shore and Abbotsford crews of 10 seconds are F crews, and the Drummoyne crews are both E, and they're off 13 seconds. And now we're ready for a medal presentation for the first division of the Women's Masters double scull. The bronze medalists, representing the University of New South Wales, Lisa Matthews and Stephanie Hart. They were coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. Silver medalists, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Anna Paula Guimaras and Carolina Kosier, coached by David Ross. And the gold medalists, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Kathleen Hextall and Marcella Cox. Congratulations to our Women's Masters double medalists. So roaring down the course, we have the Division 3 of the Women's Masters double scull. It does look like, well, it's a bit hard to tell because Anne Taylor and Margaret Small, closest to us from Mossman, had went off go. So it's a matter of whether the other crews can catch them. And it does look like Catherine Samet and Catherine Sainty from North Shore, who gave them a 10-second handicap, are working hard to make sure to see if they can hit the line before them. We've got about, I'd say 300 metres to go. And certainly going to be a real battle for third place, because the two crews, so the younger crews from Drummoyne have both pulled through the remaining crews in the field, but it is definitely a battle between Anne Taylor and Margaret Small from Mossman, and can they hold off Catherine Samet and Catherine Sainty as they come up to the last 50 metres? It's getting very close, but I think Anne Taylor and Margaret Small have held their position. Yes, they've got a boat length on Karen Samet and Catherine Sainty. They'll be followed across the line by Bridget Austin and Colleen Chapman from Drummoyne. And the fourth position went to Rowena Stewart and Anne Potter from Drummoyne. Then Suzanne Jones and Rosemary Hancock from Abbotsford, and Maureen Brown and Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie, followed finally by Katrina Whiteley and Diane Trescott. And we've got about 5 minutes to the start of the next race, which is going to be the men's Masters quad scull. So they're just tapping up to the start line now, and we'll no doubt have a medal presentation for the second division of the Women's Masters double scull coming up. Okay, and a medal presentation for the second division of the Women's Masters Double Scull. These crews were Masters D and E. In the bronze medal, for the bronze medal, representing North Shore, Ruth Gibson and Zita Briones. They were coached by Kim Rudder. In the silver medals go to Suzanne Scott and Julie Underwood, coached by Wesley Canner, representing Corowa. And the gold medalists, representing Endeavour Rowing Club, Rosalie Furness and Diane McShane. Congratulations to our medal winners for the Women's Masters Double Scull D and E. So the Men's Masters Quad Scull is underway. Closest to us from Mossman, they went off go as John Hardy, John May, John Struick and Phil Titterton. Then followed off the start is the University of New South Wales. I'm going in the reverse order here because this is the way they do the handicaps. From the University of New South Wales, Neil Peppett, Warwick Fisher, William Moyes and Derek Heath. Then off 16 seconds from Penrith, Steve Hill, Darryl Young, Magnus Butland and Hugh McDonald in lane 5. In lane 4, off 18 seconds, Peter Bowman, Owen Redhead, Matthew Patton and Tim Blomfield. Also off 18 seconds from Endeavour, Andrew Halley, Christopher Bonamini, David Percival and Tony Chadwick. And then on the far side, off 20 seconds, from the University of New South Wales, Robert Drury, George Lazarow, Nicholas Lazarow and Alexander Lazarow. And they're just coming up probably about 300 metres out, and the Mossman crew is holding their lead at this stage, but over on the far side, the University of New South Wales crew is giving them everything they've got, but will they catch them by the time they get to the finish line? They're about 80 metres out. The third place is going to go comfortably, I think, to Penrith. Yes, I think the Mossman crew are going to just hold them off. So yes, the Mossman crew has crossed the line by a bit over half a length. They're followed by the University of New South Wales crew and then the Penrith crew in third position. They'll be followed across by the Endeavour 1 crew, then the second University of New South Wales crew and rounded off by the Endeavour 2 crew. So the winning time there was 1 minute 52.25. And we have the medal presentation for the third division of the Women's Masters Double Scull. So these were E, F and H crews, and you saw how exciting it was when the younger crews accelerated and were trying to catch the Mossman crew unsuccessfully. So in bronze medal position from Des Moines Rowing Club was Bridget Austin and Colleen Chapman. Silver medal to representing North Shore Rowing Club, Karen Samet and Catherine Sainty, coached by Samantha Callahan. And the gold medalists representing Mossman, Anne Taylor and Margaret Spall. And a quick congratulations to our medal winners as the next race is roaring down the course. This is the women's under 21 4. And the UTS crew of Paige Critchlow, Lila Anderton, Grace Burke and Annabelle Fuller has a very handy lead. They're coxed by Sarah Barracree. They're in the middle lane over on the far side, I think. Well, it's going to be a battle to see who comes second and who comes third between Newcastle Grammar and the University of New South Wales. Going to be a very close finish here as to who comes second and third, but it does look like Newcastle Grammar is going to take it by a canvas over the University of New South Wales. So that was won by the UTS crew of Paige Critchlow, Lila Anderton, Grace Burke and Annabelle Fuller. They're coxed by Sarah Barracree. Followed across the line by Jemima McKenzie, Molly Boyle, Audrey Alexander Lacey and Melissa Carpenter, coxed by Heidi McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar. And representing the University of New South Wales in third place, Elizabeth Raffin, Ashley Potter, Caitlin Mulquinny and Isabella Niven, coxed by Charlotte Stanwyck and coached by Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. And there's going to be an exciting race with the next race, also the Women's Open Scull Final, just tapping up to the start line at the moment. So over on the far side from the University of New South Wales, Anna Ristic. In lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler. In lane 4 from Shoalhaven, Amy Underwood. In lane 5 from Penrith, Madison Joins. In lane 6 from Shoalhaven, Jessica Richardson. In lane 7 from UTS, Gemma Sibilin. And in lane 8 from Manning River, Hannah Smith. Oh, sorry, I was happily calling that race, getting very excited here, and I'd forgotten to turn my switch on for the microphone. So my apologies for that. It was a great race too, and I got very excited up here. My apologies. So the winner was Amy Underwood from Shoalhaven. This is the Women's Open Single Scull. Followed across the line by Gemma Siblin from UTS. And in third position, Samantha Backler from the University of New South Wales. Fourth was Hannah Smith. Fifth, Madison Joins. And we're now going to a medal presentation. So there's just one last race for the day. Will be coming up, the Men's Open Double Scull to finally round out the day's racing. So on the pontoon, we have the Men's Masters Quad Scull. We're missing the University of New South Wales. So in bronze, for the bronze medal, representing Penrith Rowing Club, Steve Hill, Daryl Young, Magnus Butlin, and Hugh McDonald. And the gold medalists representing Mossman Rowing Club, John Hardy, John May, John Struick, and Philip Titterton. Congratulations to our medal winners for the Men's Masters Quad Scull. Sorry, the final race of the day will be, they're just pulling up to the start line now, is actually, I called that incorrectly, the Men's Open Double Scull. So on the far side from Drummoyne, we have Alistair Simons and Jack Park. In lane 2 from the University of New South Wales, Flynn Wilkinson and Scott Purvis. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright. In lane 4 from UTS, Mitchell Caponis and Jack Henderson. In lane 5, Matisse Ferrier and Peter Waldersee. In lane 6 from Nepean, Daniel and Jason Waddell. In lane 7 from Lake Macquarie, Luke Walker and Beau Fleming. And in lane 8 from Cranbrook, James Mills and Jack Stone. And just while we're waiting for them to start, we'll do the presentation for the medal presentation for the women's under 21 4. And it looks like we only have 2 crews there. So the silver medalists representing Newcastle Grammar, Jemima McKenzie, Molly Boyle, Audrey Alexander-Lacey, Melissa Carpenter, and they were coxed by Heidi McKenzie. And the gold medalists for the women's under 21 4, representing UTS, Paige Critchlow, Lila Anderton, Grace Burke, Annabelle Fuller, and they were coxed by Sarah Berricree and coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti and Kate Healy. Congratulations to our medal winners, and roaring down the course we have the last race of the day, the Men's Open Double Scull. Very close together. So it does look like the UTS crews out there in the middle have the Well, I'm not going to call this, but it does look to me like Mitchell Kaponis and Jack Henderson may have the lead. And the real battle is going on for second and third place. The other UTS crew of Matisse Ferrier and Peter Walderson are working very hard to hold off the Cranbrook crew of Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright. Nepean are working hard to try and get in the mix, Daniel and Jason Waddell, but they're not quite there. So it's going to be the UTS crew of Mitchell Kaponis and Jack Henderson. And can the Cranbrook boys hold their second place position? Yes, they have, just off by a bow ball and a bit. So well done to the Cranbrook boys. They were followed across the line by the second UTS crew of Matisse Ferrier and Peter Waldersee. In third place, the fourth place, the Nepean crew of the Waddell brothers. In fifth, the Cranbrook crew of James Mills and Jack Stone. So the winning time there, 1:32.72. And the margin between the Cranbrook and UTS crews was 0.19 of a second. So very close racing there. And we're now ready for the medal presentation for the Women's Open Single Scull. So just while we're lining the girls up down there, a reminder to please return bow numbers, especially now it's the end of the day. Run around your trailers, look at your boats, pick up all those numbers and take them back. And now we're ready for our medal presentation for the Women's Open Single Scull. For the bronze medal from the University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler. I'll try that again. From the University of New South Wales, in bronze medalist Samantha Backler. Silver medalist representing UTS, Gemma Sibyllin. And the gold medalist representing the Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Amy Underwood. She was coached by David Eddington. Congratulations to the medal winners for the Women's Open Single Scull. And we have an excited puppy running onto the pontoon just to congratulate some winners there. And the puppy's not going to miss out on the jubilations of this medal presentation. We have the Cranbrook coach, Adrian Henning, just running out onto the pontoon to congratulate his boys. fantastic result. And so the medal presentation for the men's open double scull, representing UTS, Matisse Ferrier. We'll just wait for photos. So, representing UTS, the bronze medal, Matisse Ferrier. Peter Waldersee. The silver medalists, representing Cranbrook School, Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright. They're coached by Adrian Henning and Sam Carroll. And the gold medalists, Mitchell Caponis and Jack Henderson, coached both. So both UTS crews were coached by Matthias Ungemark and Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. Congratulations to our medal winners for the men's open double scull. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our racing and presentations for the day. Please ensure you collect all your oars and bits and pieces that may be left on the pontoons. Return the bow numbers, and a huge thanks to all our sponsors, Bentley's Chartered Accountants, V Insurance Group, the Regatta Shop, Pontoon Sports, Croker Oars, Bont Rowing, Mobius Brand Communications, and the Quest Apartments in Penrith. Not forget